Hello, everybody. I'm just checking to make sure that the sound levels are okay. So we're going to just chill here for a second. I see In a Minute is in the game. Ready to continue MSQ. Sorry for holding you back, Ben. It's been also a bit hard for me. I really want to know life this game, but it is what it is. Let's see, who is in here? I don't know if Party is in here, going to be honest. She probably has already popped out again. We had a great time last night. We had a V Rising gaming session with some folk. That was quite fun, I must say. Oh, thank you, Theorybind. I don't think I've seen you around, but welcome into chat. Yeah, I've been enjoying it so far. I just did a little recording on what I've been experiencing. There's some. So far, I've been mostly positive. There are some things that I have not personal concerns about, but I could see where some people were struggling. I've talked with Ben before about how there's a lot of story. I'm okay with it because I'm a literary nerd. I'm a reader. I can consume a trashy novel in one evening. But it's not so simple for everyone to enjoy that. Having more fighting and more gameplay would probably be helpful for many players, but setting aside some of that stuff, I've been enjoying it, and I'm excited to see where we go. But yeah, tomorrow night after I do my work, I will be playing the last of Endwalker with my sister. I'm hoping to finish the final zone. What about literature with a capital L? If it's literary fic, hard pass. Can't wait to hear your take on the MSQ. Yeah, so far it's a slow burn. So far it reminds me a lot of A Realm Reborn and Stormblood. However, if you're someone who enjoys experiencing and fighting and doing gameplay, I think this would be a very rough start. Usually with most of the duo starting chains, you would have one more tense one and one more low-key one. So for example, in Shadowbringers, I think most people would say that Alice's quest line, although in essence isn't long-term important for the actual story, it kind of sets the tone. Whereas Alpha Knows, despite it being a bit more subsumed, has more long-term impact on the story with all of the people it introduces. And same thing goes with Endwalker. Endwalker, you had Labyrinthos, and then you had the Thavnir stretch. I'm going to talk about this in my video, but basically, a lot of people enjoyed the Thavnir stretch, but the Labyrinthos part dragged them down. It didn't drag me down, but I could see how it could drag other people down. And part of the problem was many of them chose the Thavnir Boys' Night Out, and what happened is after achieving a certain pacing, it suddenly appeared to feel like it would drop off a cliff. Nevertheless, in both cases, both Shadowbringers and in Endwalker, even the zones that were more low-key had moments of tension, had danger, had a sense of being connected to a larger story. And in the case of Shadowbringers, people would be there for Alpha No because they've been missing him since he's disappeared, right? There's this whole mystery. And with Endwalker, I think Endwalker had earned its place to take its time. So I think a lot of people went into Endwalker and enjoyed Labyrinthos because it was a I don't know, it was one of those things where people felt like this was summation of a journey and they just wanted to enjoy that. Dawntrail has none of these things, right? Dawntrail has to earn its respect. Dawntrail has to start off with a lot of information to get us settled in for the next 10 years. But at the same point in time, I think the writers should know by now what to avoid in terms of tension and pacing. Now, after coming off of Endwalker, it was made very clear to us, especially after Final Fantasy 16 and everything, Yoshi P and the lead management team, they all want a break. They want to go on a vacation. And I think after Endwalker, everyone wanted to go on a vacation. So there is definitely a chiller vibe with Dawntrail. I'm okay with it. I think it's fine. I could see a lot of people struggling with pacing after the tension of Shadowbringers and the slow build, the slow burn of Endwalker. So this is, I think, one of the issues. And I think another big factor is, of course, whether you like Wuklamot as a character or not. If you hate Lise, there's a higher chance that you will not appreciate Wuklamot. But I would argue that Lise had a more girl boss power feeling to her. She was definitely more empowered, whereas Wuklamot is... she's a failboat, isn't she? So she's not giving me strong girl boss vibes yet, but I do have some concerns about how they're going to develop her, and you can listen to my full video on this when I release it soonish. I recorded it today. I got to clean up the recording, and then when I put it out, maybe over the weekend, you can hear some of my concerns about Wuklamot, about some pitfalls. I'm okay with the shonen jump kind of female of, you know, Naruto earning his respect, the respect of the people. But you got to be good at something, and so far Wuklamot is coasting on everybody else thinking for her. So she needs to have a moment where she proves that she has what it takes beyond being sort of muscle. Can't wait. Slow Burn is putting it lightly. Yeah. Don't you like to read about upper middle class Connecticut divorcing white people problems? No. Salutations. Rockin' the red mage. Yeah, looking sharp. Yes, my Capaway is sharp AF. I think I think for me, so many garments look good in a Capaway. They don't have a super long body. They have a very nice proportion to their neck, their body. My Capaway is gorgeous. And in the graphical update, it's super gorgeous. And as for like slow burn, for me, once again, I think the slow burn could have been mitigated by more timely place solo duties to keep certain people, you know, interested. But I am myself used to, like, I read Dorothy Dinette for fun. And a lot of people would think I'm crazy. So I am an outlier. But yeah, your recap of 7.0, I look forward to. I did A Realm Reborn like 9 times without skipping, so Dawntrail was an interesting experience for me as well. Yeah, I think if we start comparing it to Stormblood and A Realm Reborn, we can start seeing where it succeeded and where it failed. I like both of those zones for different reasons. I was invested in learning about what exactly was going on with Labyrinths. This book reminds me of Calicos and the family moment. There's a lot of that kind of thing going on. It never lets up. Yeah, if you don't like Wuklamot, you're kind of... And right now I'm laughing at Wuklamot. I'm not laughing with her. Chat knows. Chat was here last week. I was pissed last week because I wanted to be with Kwana, okay? If I can't have Grahatia, I need to have Kwana in my life. I'm a Catboy enjoyer. Where is my Kwana? I need Kwana. Now, Kwana's probably going to turn out evil. My Catboy will survive the crushing heartbreak of Kwana being a Megane character. I'm getting strong anime vibes. Kwana is the Megane. The other guy, the supremacist, is the bully. And then we have the what's it called? We have the biological son who has this weird conflict within him so far that I've noticed. In terms of capability, I feel like Juana is closer to being more responsible on the throne than Wook Lamont. But the problem, I think, with as well, if I had been writing this, number one, I agree with Ben. I thought about it last night as I lay in bed sweating. And I thought about it and I was like, they should have put one solo duty in each of the first quest chains for Kozama Uka and for Ukopacha. They should have done one fighting combat solo duty, make it juicy. And for those people who want brain dead, brain rot, super easy, no difficulty, they should put the difficulty choice at the beginning before you die. They should let you choose right before you go in. I want it super easy. Give it to me like baby pablum. So then none of the people crying about difficulty can avoid choosing the easy option. In fact, I would love to see the statistics when given the choice. What would people choose before going in? Would people choose super difficult, or would people choose easy, or something in between? I would always choose normal. Let's all be real. I would go with normal settings, but they should have put solo duties in. I do agree with Ben. I thought about it for a second. I thought about it for more than a second, and I do think they should have put in some solo duties into the first two, just to give it a little bit of pizzazz. After all, I don't know if anyone here has done A Realm Reborn recently. I think Theorybind said something like, Theorybind said they'd done A Realm Reborn like 9 times. So what I haven't told Chad is I'm working on, that what was that guy, Nine Day, who did the WoW thing. So I decided I would run some friends through the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV and see what would happen. So I have video of my sister, who's not an MMO player. She only plays Fortnite. And I put her through her paces. And let's just say she chose a Lala to begin. She chose a boy Lala. And she struggled a lot with the camera, so I had to switch it to Legacy for her. The standard camera that comes with it is just not great. For almost everyone that I know, it's just not great at all. So she fought with the camera for a bit, and she had issues with targeting using the controller. So there were some difficulties in terms of dealing with some of the systems. But overall, she came away feeling very excited because within 1 hour of playing, she was killing something. And I think it would have been probably good for both of those quest chains to have something being killed within 45 minutes of gameplay. And that's just me. That's just me. In fact, I might have even put off exploring the city until after the first quest chain. The first 2 quest chains. I would have been like, oh no, we gotta rush out. We gotta go now. We gotta go out now to the zone and deal with something like right now. We'll deal with the city later. And it's up to the player to decide whether they want to walk through and do the etherites and etc. etc. But once again, woulda, coulda, shoulda. And yeah. You belong to the bigger, stronger cat Wook. This is Wook Trial. Hard pass. I'm not into Rothgals. I'm a cat boy lover only. Kwana has Virgil vibes. Kwana has hot South American man vibes with cat ears, which I absolutely adore. And he's small, and he fits my cat boy. And I definitely shared how I would have done it instead with friends after the final duty. Look, if you are someone who's critically thinking and engaging with the text in an open-minded kind of way, I think almost everyone will come away with some ways that they would have changed things. Now, of course, sometimes how I would have done it isn't great. So I always try to think about not just what I want, but what other people might want. And I honestly think they really should have put more fighting in it at the beginning. Not for me, I don't need it, but for most of everybody else. Eurokas and Ben indeed have been no-lifing the MSQ. Yeah, Mirokos and Ben made alts on Kraken to join our FC. So for those of you who are interested and want to join a new FC, you can always hang out with us on Kraken. Kraken is Kraken, for real. We're now having a congested wait queue to get in there. I wouldn't mind the amount of non-gameplay if what was presented was worthwhile. Most of it wasn't. Well, I haven't yet determined that, VLX. I shall find out the hard way. The way you said South American, I know exactly how you're picturing him. I'm not quite sure what you mean by your comment there, VLX, but maybe I'll understand that later after having completed MSQ. I'm trying to go in with as blank a slate as possible. I don't like people who go in with a negative attitude and then come out with a negative attitude. I have no time for that. I think it's very easy for people to subconsciously bias themselves. We're all subconsciously biased by nature. It's part of being a human, I think, but you can mitigate that a little bit. So I'm trying to mitigate that as much as I can, because when I share my opinion, I want my opinion to be taken seriously and not to be taken as rage bait or clickbait or me just following the crowd and saying what everyone else is saying. I want to see if I've seen everything I can see, and yeah. It's very important for me to keep a level head and come at this with a fair amount of professionalism and thought. Yeah, so I want to give them, I want to give this MSQ a lot of thought. I mean, the changes you propose cannot veer too far away from what the authors and artists originally intended. Absolutely, VLX. Absolutely, yeah. There's potential here, and I felt moving some pieces slightly would reach that potential. I'm excited to see where they failed. Because when we look at how things could be improved, we're not coming at it being, like, mean, right? We're not coming at it foaming at the mouth, but we're coming at it like I'm coming at it as a professional, as a writer, as someone who wants to write for a video game or who wants to write professionally and write my own books, right? And I'm very excited to be able to assess that, VLX. I want to also learn, because I think we can learn from other people and we can learn from mistakes and from victories at the same time. Yeah, the final steps of Faith Duty, the rework was much better. My opinion. I think the rework for the final steps of Faith Duty was fantastic. Stinian! Epic says, I'm coming at it like someone who thinks their opinion matters more than others. I mean, I'm coming at it as being unbiased. Yeah, rein it in there, Epic. Rein it in there. Nah, it's okay. I think once again we are all paying a sub, and I think our opinions do matter. We need to share opinions. I just think sometimes online people get a little, how can I say it? They get a little bit weird sometimes. They get a bit mean, and out of an industry that has given gamers the middle finger. There are only a very few groups of people left who listen to their player base. And I think CBU3 is one of those who does try their best to balance between what they think is right for the player and what the player wants. Because unfortunately, there is an overlap, but it's not one-to-one. Not all players know what they need. They think they want something, but they don't want it. So I think CBU3, we need to respectfully reach out and let them know where they failed. And I think they're waiting to hear from us. So it will determine what the next X-Pack will be doing. They're probably preparing the next X-Pack right now. So it's time for us to respectfully give our input and let them know where they could have done better, right? So that they can avoid it next time. Steam. I love approaching things from a design perspective. Geeking out on certain design choices is so fun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm always looking at writers and seeing what they're doing. Sometimes I come away feeling like I'm a champ and they're total trash and they should stop writing. But sometimes I come out, like I recently watched the new Dune films, right? And I came away from the Dune films feeling like I wanted to be a better writer. And the Dune films aren't even indicative of the writing of Frank Herbert, right? But it's like the majesty and everything. It's just so, yeah. Oh, he's at the Nidhogg fight. Oh. Oh. Well, good luck, Mirokos. Don't get killed by Nidhogg. Yeah. VLX apparently liked Wook in 6.55 and walked away from Dawntrail hating her guts. LOL. Oh, that's fascinating. Can't wait to see how I will feel. Yeah, nothing is perfect, Epic. But, sometimes you see something that's just really well done and you think to yourself, oh yeah. Okay, let's see how far we can get tonight, okay? I'm going to put my head down and I'm going to do a lot of reading. And I cannot promise voices because I'm not yeah, anyway. So let's keep going. Alice says, it doesn't matter if Wuklamat's scared of alpacas or gets sick on boats. It doesn't change who she is or what she means to her people. Okay. I have some small experience with the pressures of leadership. No kidding. Alpha No is probably one of the few people in this group who knows what he's talking about. And crumbling beneath its weight, as you well know. If anything good can be said to have come of my failures, I hope it is my capacity to help others avoid similar mistakes. Can you do lobotomies? Because at this point, Wook is not really ready for the throne. Okay, I'm glad we could take a moment to walk things through. Woklamat seems much happier for it. Aaronville, my man, probably only person besides Alphano with head screwed on straight. It's good to see Wuklamat more sure of herself. Okay. Wuklamat's now going to do a wooby moment, right? Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better, will be better for myself and for my people. Well, you gotta start somewhere, I guess. Okay, so what are you gonna do, Wook? You can't be all talk. Wait a minute, what? Okay, so I can access something. Aaronville is concerned about dangers on the road. The Mobland settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favored hunting ground for bandits. The stairs currently impassable. There'll be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Well, that's fine. Although, considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Yeah. Bandits on the road? What have Zoralja and the Landsguard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. Okay. Yep, she's going off. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Okay. Yeah. I'm an aspiring writer as well, and FF14 is such a special service to me for many reasons. I did like a 4-hour digestion with friends. I look forward to your final thoughts. Good luck and enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, Theory. Working on a project, going to be lurking. Hope you enjoy MSQ. Oh, I hope I do as well. Don't remind me of the Crystal Braves, Alphino. Okay, so did I? Yes, okay, so I did do that. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna head west. Get a different map. Yeah, this one's a bit better. I will say this, the zones for the MSQ are gorgeous. I love the zones. I love the graphical update. I love the music so far. I like the colors, the atmospheres, just looking much more realistic. So far, I've been enjoying the music. I think I've never like traveled to South America. Obviously, we shouldn't be collapsing a real life place with fantasy, but yeah, it makes me wonder about South America. I always wanted to go see like Machu Picchu or like Teotihuacan or whatever. Cryle. Oh, I see. This is the river which feeds the waterfalls above Volcano. Again and again, I'm struck by the majesty of the falls. It's difficult to comprehend the sheer volume of water this natural wonder produces. Yeah, where is it coming from? From the center of the planet? I felt eyes on us several times as we made our way here, though they soon seemed to lose interest. Yeah, we got a big group here. Bandus Lair is said to be somewhere near here, but I'd prefer we avoid seeking out trouble. Right. You say, Wook? Oh, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Finshire is just a little further ahead on the opposite bank of Miakabekzama, but let's remain vigilant all the same. The environments and music I quite enjoyed. Oh, did you as well? Yeah. There's a noticeable difference between the new outfits and the old ones. Yeah, in my first stream, chat remembers that I was like, the first cutscene with my Warrior of Light, I was gagging. I was like beside myself. My boy is the sexiest catboy on the planet as far as I'm concerned. Chat's like, stop it, just please stop it. Let us get off this catboy ride. But, I especially love Zone 4, no spoiler. Oh, I can't wait. One of my favorite moments is opening zones. And I know this is wild, but way back in the day when Asmongold was playing, someone told him about Lahi. So I had watched Lahi with no context. And the day that I reached Raktika, I literally remember just being like, I have arrived. It's not even one of my favorite zones. Like it's probably in the top 20 maybe, but like it's not in the top 5. But it just like I felt like I had arrived. Shadowbringers and Endwalker for me, there were so many beautiful zones that I loved in those ones. But yeah. Let's see. Alice, what's going on? Not another claimant in sight. Does that mean we're ahead or behind? I don't worry about that, honestly. Even as the Hanu cultures, distinct from the Vanu, Moblin societies develop quite differently to that of their goblin cousins. Goodness me, it's like the entire village is made of pottery. Oh, wow. Actually, that is true. That is nice. This is Earthenshire. No kidding. Yeah, earthenware, more like. This is it. The village where the Lay of Pots from the Tuliolal saga took place. Earthenshire, Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? Settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears Custom built to resemble pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Yeah. Other. Oh, look at my cat boy. Oh, he needs glasses. I need to get glasses for him. Baby. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retinue? Yes, happy greeting. That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. You're exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Ready Rock is the Elector you seek. Well, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Ready Rock would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. This is no time for feats or metal tests. What caused the storm? That's another question I should be asking. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tyrol. Honestly, Aaronville should be the president of this country. Aaronville knows more things than Muklamot. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. This is the best they can offer. I should have never left Wachu Meki Meki. Bye, Felicia. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the Pot Pact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do it soon. All right. Power friendship. Here we go. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village, and if it brings us closer to the beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. I could use a nap. Yeah, let's make time go by faster. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. Or I could just leave and hang out with Kwan. And anyway, Ready Rock says, we'll take every help hand we can get. Ready Rock truth swears that once the Potsworns have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist help hand Rakorok. Oh no, a Korok. I saw the name Korok in there. This is actually a disguise quest. We need to help get a Korok to one of their friends. You other four follow Ready Rock. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. I do like the way goblins talk. I don't care if people think it's bothersome. I like it. I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at Mini Fires. There will be no more feigning strength, no more playing at being an invincible promise. There's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Oh, thank you. Butter me up. Now, that pained smile on my warrior was the smile of a babysitter. Now let's find this Rakorok fellow and see what we can do for him. Viera are better. Viera are very hot, for sure. But I'm not into girls. Music and environment are on point. This X-Pack, yeah. He's good looking. I'm no big spouse. I won't divulge anything, but I listen to one song on my morning jog from Dawntrail every day. Whoa. For me, all of Shadowbringers felt like a FromSoft setting and story. It had a Dark Souls meet Bloodborne vibe. It did. It did. Yeah. It did. Especially with the whole, like, once again, some of you were in chat yesterday. I was talking about Yulmore being the archetype of the city on the hill. It's kind of like the inverted Jerusalem, the dark Jerusalem. And there's a lot going on in Yulmore and in Shadowbringers that was really great. But thematically for me, Endwalker was stronger. If Ilmeg is otherworldly, wouldn't be surprised if he took some inspiration from the Souls series. Yoshi definitely plays Elden Ring at least. Yeah. Yeah, VLX. And I think he kind of implied in one interview when they translated it, it was kind of implied that there were other people in his team that played. I wouldn't be surprised if there were Japanese people, because their CBU3 isn't a tiny company. It's not huge, but it's not tiny. So there has to be other people playing Elden Ring in there. Seems like Gen Z is destroying the land, all these quitters. I thought she was supposed to be good with people. Now she isn't. In what terms, Mirokos? I thought Wuklamat handled the Moblin fairly well. I'm not sure what Mirokos is saying, but maybe Mirokos can clarify what he meant there. But definitely, I will say, like, talking and building relationships can only get you so far. That is a fact. And I think she has been my issue, I think my issue with it, right, is from the day we met her. Like, when we first met her in 6.55, Wuklamat was someone who had all of this bravado and appeared to be in control, but has been showing cracks, okay? Since we've come home, those cracks have widened, and we now know that the cracks are her brothers, her adoptive brothers. And it is at home where she has been telling us, they're better than me, they're better than me. So at no point in time did I ever feel like she was puffing herself up and faking it. Because all of the time, hitherto, her Wooby-like nature was like, I'm not as good as my brothers, no one's expecting anything of me. So I never felt like she was faking it. But but now she's telling us, no, I'm not even going to put on this front. I'm just going to admit that I don't know everything. And that's great for her to maybe come to that realization. But the problem is, it's not apparent to me that she had that problem to begin with, or because we've already come to that conclusion a while back, it kind of feels a bit late for us. But maybe that's what makes us feel impatient with her, because she's slower than us. We can all see her problems, but she cannot see her problems yet. So maybe that's where the push and pull comes with that particular character. I like Namazu speak. Yes. The Namazu. The Namazu and the Mughals. I'm a huge fan of the Mughals. The Mughals are my favorite. I made the Gen Z comment when it showed the crafters complaining and leaving their jobs. Yeah, for real. She literally was good with talking to people until the LOL. Now she's suddenly nervous about talking to people. Yeah. Well, yeah. I think before she was, I think what they're trying to say is that up until now, she was putting on an act of knowing what she was doing and just brazenly approaching people and building relationships and saying it was all natural, it was all fine, when in fact she was not. She didn't know what she was doing. But this hurts my brain. But the whole point of her character hitherto has been that of bravado, like very Naruto-esque, has been that of bravado and handling people well. So I'm not sure I think her realization here was a bit weak. It should have been a bit different. It should have been, I've been faking it up until now. But I really don't. I guess she said it. I just think it could have been said clearer. It's a coming of age story. Kupo. Furry little shites, yeah. Yeah, you see, I hate Thor. I hate Thor. I hate the Thor character. I just like Naruto. I was always a Kakashi low-key fan. I was never a Thor in Naruto. Even Sasuke annoyed the fuck out of me sometimes. Pardon my French. Ragnarok can't meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot pact is broken and the pots are emptying. I think there's... I'll have to sit down and replay this as Chieko and really, really think about it. But there's something a little bit off. But we'll see. We'll see. Come to aid Ragnarok. Ragnarok accepts your hand lending with joyous steel smiles. If we can offer the Potsworn the promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. I do like the quest complete music as well. First, we'll solve this problem for the moblins, and we'll see about completing their feat. Okay. Okay, so we got to talk to a Potsworn called Kahi. What Rock needs is for help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Rock took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with straight asks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guess think. Oh, good lord. Please, guess think with Rock. Find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. Oh my lord. These people need to come up with a better system. Please, sir. This is where Kahi works, is it? Otters? Let's take a peek inside then. Oh no, I can recognize the posture of a catboy from a mile off, and this one's only 3 feet away. You're so sweaty. Let's get him a fan. Or, never mind, I won't go into that. Chat will run away. That must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. Okay. I'm okay with observing the catboy from a distance. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guess think. Oh, I can totally, yeah, Let's do some guess think. Wuklama is flustered being around your catboy and she can't focus. It's a coming of age story. Okay. I think we should get him a fan. I don't see any windows. Oh, he's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot or loses its savor. Okay. Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. A fan? Less clothing? He must be boiling, sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that site feeling... Take off! No. Anyway. Focus. These tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones. All right, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahi might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rakorok. I expect Wook to evolve like that as well. Coming of age, she looks a little old to be going through one. How old is Wook Lamont? Do we have a... This might put me in danger of age. She's 19. Yeah. So in you know, third world country tribes and stuff, coming of age is usually 16, or sometimes over the period of one's puberty, as in 12 to 13 for girls, you know, around that time for boys. And then of course in other countries it's around 16. But these days, coming of age can also be pushed back to about 18, 19. So Wook Lamont could be having a legitimate coming of age story. I definitely think she's having some coming of age story because she's clearly been sheltered. She's clearly an idiot. She has no clue. She's been waltzing around the countryside with her head in the clouds. So it's very apparent to me what's wrong with her. Wook Lamont's issue IMO, she doesn't display the faults she says she has. She always does the right thing and always works out. Does she always do the right thing? And does it always work out? So far it does appear to be working out, yes. Does she always do the right thing? I don't think her instincts are right at all. She's currently right now just following us. The only right thing that she's actually doing at this point in time is paying attention to what Aaronville and Alpha Noah are saying. Like, that's the only thing that she's really doing right. Let's all be real here. We all know that she's a failboat. She can fight-ish, but as we learned in 6.55, she's not perfect. She's young. She's idealistic. She doesn't know what she's on about. She's faking it. She's clearly not a girl boss. She's not... She's only getting there by virtue of relying on people around her, which is not necessarily a bad thing all the time. But if it's all the time as a leader, like as a leader, you will have to at some points make decisions on your own. And at this point in time, I don't think she has the capability to make decisions on her own. So her real problem is that she has zero experience and she needs way more experience before taking the throne. And she has so far not really admitted that until just now. Until just now, she admitted, okay, I actually don't know what I'm doing, and I feel like I'm worthless. And my answer would be yes, because up until now, you have been worthless. So, Lamau, it never hinders her. No, but most shonen types don't get hindered necessarily. Right? It's like Naruto. Naruto always figured things out. And I'm totally fine with the Naruto storyline. I just don't like the main character. But not because he succeeds. It's just that he's a people person, and I don't like people. I've got to run, but enjoy your story, informing your own impressions, and also with your family's Endwalker conclusion coming up. Thank you, Theory. Have a good night. Felix, getting out on a watch list live. Getting out on a watch list live. The problem I have with the Naruto comparison is that he was 12 and acting like a knucklehead, while Wook Lamont is about 20, so it feels woefully behind. Well, she's sheltered, right? Clearly. Something happened. I don't know why. She's been sheltered. And Naruto is 16 going and progresses to 18 by the end of Shippuden. So, yeah. It's okay with having, like, once again, chat, I have nothing against having an immature character. There's nothing wrong with having an immature 19-year-old. Lord knows that right now this world is full of 19-year-old immature idiots, both boys and girls. There's nothing wrong with talking about someone maturing late in life. And I don't think 19 is late. It could be earlier, but usually girls mature sooner than later. Clearly she has a more, is a different kind of psychology, but she doesn't have all the traits, but she has some. She is in danger of having some. Everyone likes her. That is one of the Mary Sue traits. But she's a failboat, and she doesn't achieve everything. Certainly not on her own. Mary Sues tend to be working under their own steam. To me, coming of age story involves a character going from an innocent child to a more wise adult who's less ignorant, naive about the world. Yeah, and it has nothing to do with age. Nothing to do with age. You can absolutely have a coming of age for an older person. It's just that you have to be very clear about it. It's a little strange being princess of a nation and know nothing about it. No, that's not strange to me. No. That is not strange at all. First off, you could have a pie-in-the-sky personality who's not very grounded, obviously, like she is, who wouldn't think about looking at her nation with the eyes of someone who's going to rule it. It is absolutely 110% possible for many people around the world to go to another country and stay there for 2 weeks in a resort, and they leave that country and they think they've seen that country. And just because you're sheltered doesn't mean that you can't leave. So, in fact, I would argue that her big break actually came before she met us. Her big break was the day she decided to get on the boat and go to Charlotte to get us. But you can totally be sheltered up until a certain point. Emmy resembles a people person? Yeah, you do. But you're like my bestie and you earned that place. Naruto is 16 during the war arc, but it takes place over like a year or so. And in fact, if you watch Naruto Shippuden, at the end of Naruto Shippuden, this is probably an episode everyone skipped because, but anyway, I love Naruto Shippuden, so I rewatch it often. There is an episode toward the end after they've beaten everyone and, they're all home, and he's basically shoved in a chair with Iruka, and they're like, now it's time for you to learn how to run the country because you know nothing. And it's given that in Naruto, the last movie, it's basically considered that he had to take a couple years to actually study before he became the Hokage. He didn't just get shoved into the Hokage seat. So my concern with Wukalamat is at this point in time, Wukalamat is Naruto in Naruto Shippuden, as far as I'm concerned. But my problem is we only have one expansion to get her ready for the throne. The throne giving is apparently happening like right now. So she should not be anywhere near the throne. Koana should be on the throne. Or any of the other candidates should be on the throne, even if it does bring down the world. Not her, because she cannot run it as she is right now. Have you seen the videos on YouTube where Americans are asked to point at states on a map and they completely fail? Yeah, there's tons of people who have no idea what's going on. She's a late bloomer. Yeah. And to be honest, VLX, I say that as someone who was a late bloomer in some aspects. And that's why, like I said, it's okay for me to see a character who is struggling at a later stage with some things that are obvious to other people. The problem is, how do they develop it? And so far, right now, Wukalamat has admitted her errors. She has admitted where she's lacking. Okay, I don't think how she said it is helpful, and I don't think it's super clear that she's clearly going through something here, right? I have no problems with that. I have no problems with someone who is not fit for something. My problem is, are they going to shove her into the seat regardless of her readiness because she is a strong woman? That is my concern. When Naruto says he wants to be a ninja president, he's not actually in the running. It's a distant dream. Whereas Wuklamat is actively pursuing it while out of her depth. By Naruto Shippuden, it is not a distant dream. Everyone knows. By Naruto Shippuden, everyone knows that he will be named. The question is whether he'll be Rokukage or whether he'll be the Roku Daime or the Nana Daime. Thankfully, Kishimoto had his head screwed on straight and was thinking about actual practicalities, so they had Kakashi step in for the interim. But Kakashi literally stepped in for the interim, knowing that Naruto was going to be in charge in a few years. I'll see. Yeah. I'm really concerned how they're going to flesh her out. Because there's no way they can flesh her out fast enough. So that's where my concern is. I'm okay with an immature person, but there's no way she can run the throne at this point. I will agree with Chad on this one. There's no way. So let's see what they do. You made your observations. What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahe hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Well, she's making observations here. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking. But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? Rock is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's tastes. I can help you with that. My brother Kwana is also a Hetsaru, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like meat? Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simple solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rock never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all, but I don't think that's the only reason Kahi couldn't concentrate. The Hatsuharu homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahi seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do you know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. Noters. So we salvage them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Nico? Yeah. Okay. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahi's files and saws were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order. Rock was too preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight, which you will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. Shoals of no return are past the crags through a tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. Okay, let's go. The problem, Epic, is that so far I feel like she's relying too much on us. And also the problem as well is, let's say she doesn't rely on us, then people will call her a girl boss and she's a Mary Sue and she's just too successful. But if she relies too much on us and is showing too much weakness, then why is she even trying to contend for something that she has no business contending for? It's literally a situation, I think, where the writers might not make one group of people happy or another group of people happy. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Is she too good at it? Oh no, girl boss. Is she not good enough? Oh no, she's going to be a girl boss because she's going to get in regardless. You are Nico, aren't you? What brings you out here? Oh, hello. Oh. Oh my gosh, he's smaller than me. Oh, what a baby. Anyway. Blushing so red. We all know that hashtag Wuklamat is hashtag not my president. Kawana is my president. He's probably going to be evil. Or he's going to get fridged. He's going to get killed to make Wuklamat, you know, more necessary. It's so sad. The issue was caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlayan instead. Wow, the quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed after all. However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We are on our way back from procuring herbs for Urianger, in fact. Settlements in Kozama Uka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn's servant? One of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. Look at this boy go. He's so practical. When I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlayan technology. My apologies. I have much to consider, if you will excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Nico. Oh, no. Don't leave. Don't leave me here! I'm fine with having a reluctant leader or an incompetent one like Wuka's shaping up to be. I just don't think they follow through on what the consequences of that are. Yeah. I agree. I think this is where the vibe of Dawntrail is supposed to be chill, is counterintuitive to the realities of what they're writing VLX. And this could be a writing oversight. Someone should have stepped in and said, hey, maybe we should lighten this up a bit and make it more like vying for the role of advisor or something instead of vying for a role of the actual control of the country. But, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda. You spot the tunnel opening, head through the passage to the shoals of no return, and recover the drafty shard. Oh, you underestimate me. Okay. I'm heading out. I don't think we'll ever get to see what happens with all this backseat commentary. Yeah. I'm getting distracted by chat. I shouldn't be. I need to focus. But I just think chat is bringing up some really good points that reminds me that hindsight is 2020. It's very easy to be critical armchair, people to be critics sitting in our armchairs thinking, oh, this didn't work or that didn't work. Wait a minute. But it does remind us that you can start out with one idea, but if you are not careful, your ideas can have unintended consequences. Personally, I don't mind if it got a little bit dark in some sections. Like had people getting hurt because of mismanagement at some point or whatever. But maybe that will be for another expansion. Am I going at this completely wrong? Am I going to end up in a corner? You watch. Oh, yeah. Can I go through here? Nope. I have no idea. I think I went down the main wrong stretch of road. This is why you always have your screen on a certain... cautious. Am I going the right way now? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, the problem with that epic is that this story as a whole, hitherto, has been more Game of Thrones than Lion King. And you can't just suddenly switch a whole brand. Remember, this goes back to brand expectations. You can't switch a brand and be able to get people to come along. Even if you're telling people this is going to be more chill, this is going to be more relaxed, then you bring in what is going to be the defining thing of a nation and you up the ante by saying that this could impact the whole globe. And then you're suggesting that you want to put in charge some person who is clearly not ready. Like you got to be careful. You got to be really careful. But you know, okay. So we got some soothing. We got a drafty shard with some soothing wind magic. Thank you. Yeah, I got lost, Ben. You saw it. Well, we're gonna go through this. We're gonna go through. And I'll be playing this a second time as Chieko, and then a third time as Kit. So I should be able to formulate some thoughts over the coming days and months, and I could foresee myself actually rethinking some of my previous stances. You know, time and distance also helps a lot when it comes to analysis. Okay, so let's hand in the drafty shards. Is that a cool breeze Ragnarok feels? Yes, here we go. Wind. The brisk breeze emanating from this wind crystal is basically what I need in my own bedroom. Yes, thank you for seek finding a drafty shard. Ragnarok will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And it came bearing good food tidings. Wow. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hetsaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. I do like the fact we're not doing everything. Like, other NPCs are doing stuff as well as us. That's a feel-good thing. Let's go in and see what Kahi thinks of our efforts. Alone time with Kahi. I do like the amount of catboys I'm seeing in this. It's like they know I'm missing Grahatia, so they're giving me as many fill-ins until Grahatia shows up. Whenever he shows up, he better show up. He better show the fuck up. Aw, look at Kahi. He's actually really adorable. An adorable boy. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed a pot pact. This cat boy is not going to leave. He is not a millennial. I'm grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I will reciprocate with a piece worthy of a potsworn. Cat boys. No, Graha, the trailer was a lie, yet clearly. So they have to supply me with as many replacements as possible. 10 cat boys for 1 Graha. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Voliak Shunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Earthenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance. Truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill, after all. No joy emote? /joy, /joy, /joy. Forgive my interruption. Oh. 3 cat boys in a room. Can Aetheris hold back? Lamity, I'm told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece, but Charlian would have done it better. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Kozama Uka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. Have I underestimated the beauty of my own culture in favor of the white man's culture? I mean, Charlane's culture. I wonder why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlayan goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. Look at Kuana, coming to the conclusion. Oh, I made a mistake. I was wrong. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliolal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Everyone wishing to learn the basics of our craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hetsaro, more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various people was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hetsaro? I have few fond memories of nomadic life. Oh no, poor baby. Let me tell you about my time in the Keepers. Starts dumping her cat boy lore on Koana. Do you want to hear about my scary mother who ran the city? She kicked me out when I was 12 because I matured too fast. Would that I could forget that time. Koana was probably scarred by his nomadic life. Koana is kind of like that type who struggled with his origin culture and he found solace in a new world, and he's going to have to learn to come to grips with the good things of his culture as well as the bad things. I hope they keep him complex and not just have him be like, oh, Tural is good as it is, because obviously things also need changing. I tried a serving of the dish we prepared for Kahi. It was so good I had a second help. Oh, of course, Wuklamat. Of course. Your friend is literally here in pain about some past trauma, and you're like, oh yeah, I had tons to eat. Backrock is very grateful to you. I thank you both for your hard work and clever guess think. When it comes to helping hand, knowing the Potsworn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've drummed into me several times already on this journey. Yeah. Kahi's got inspiration oozing out of his pores. That's great. That's great. Okay, so Juana has details to share concerning the forthcoming feat of pots. Juana left the New World to find a new world, a whole new world, Ben. A whole new world. Yeah, Party and I are going to finish Ultima Thule tomorrow night. We won't be streaming it, and we may not even be in Discord chat. We might be doing it privately, because we got to the Aya. We finished the dragon part, and she had to go lie down. The Elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Nuriage. No, come back! I also ran into the Levier twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. Wow, look at Kwana go. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now, he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Ready Rock rating. Yeah. You gotta think about Aladdin, of course. Where's everyone? Can I eyeball this? Will I get lost? Oh no, there's in a minute. Thought everyone would be here by now. Ready Rock thanks you for assisting Help Hand Rock. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. Okay, so what is the feat? Are we going to go kill something? Are we going to make pottery? Are we going to protect pot people from delivering something? Throw the pot, similar to egg tosses, but involving pots. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the potsworn to stay. How did you fare? We kept one gorgeous catboy in town. So you managed to do the same. Splendid. They're going to be like, actually, this was the feat all along. Oh no, more competition. Welcome to Earthenshower, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zoralja. He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebble stones, the resilient sun for a dawn servant. Zoralja was clearing fallen rocks? I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Oh. Still waters run deep. Well, whoa, we meet again. Oh no, they're all here now. Oh, we're all here now. Okay. Solo duty. Just in time for the feat to begin. I bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. That might be a fair assessment, I'll say. That might be very fair. Claimants, your attention, please. It's going to be a three-legged race. As Ready Rock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshower will suffer. Tuliolal merchants will suffer. So Ready Rock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us. So we recruit new potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Ready Rock's request. She will be happy to inform the Dawn Servant of Zoralja's disqualification. Right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Interesting. Ready Rock declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. So no faking the contract, no small words, small letters, no fine print at the bottom. The lector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. What? Oh no. Which is exactly what we should do. Oh dear. Oh no. Yeah. Taco Crusher. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come let us lay our plans. Ew. I wonder what kind of girl would want to... Anyway, let's keep going. That nasty brute is up to something. No shit. He may seek to delay us again, as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wuklamat? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans among my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliolal to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Quana probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand. That's just statement of fact. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, he is... I suppose we could try asking around Wachu Meki Meki. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Tuliolal it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? Oh, no. Oh, no. Not the boat. Not the alpaca. No, I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. This is why she's not a girl boss. She's She's hopeless. You said I should share my burden, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, like, they are even giving her Naruto music at this point. I get really, really sick on boats. No. No. Oh, no. My cat boy. Matt, this is hardly news. Yeah. But it was brave of you to admit it. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading down river will be much smoother. Just put her out. Just let me knock her out. We could tap her on the back of the head. It will? Are you sure? We can give you a little tap on the head. I'm positive, mostly. Yeah, Cryle. Lead her down the path of... We could just, you know, give her a little love tap on the back of the head. Imagine having a whole other person attached to you and you both share the same body. We shouldn't have eaten so many tacos, brother. Very true. It's spicy in and spicy out, brother. You have no idea. Wait a minute. Oh boy. I don't recall if I went to that... Oh boy. Oh boy, chat. Wuklamat suffers such terrible bouts of siege sickness. I wish I had a spell or potion that could ease her nausea. Did we mention the potsworn in our care required a constant stream of encouragement in order to craft? The four of us must have chanted the same cheer dozens, if not hundreds of times. Aaronville scolded more than once for not cheering loudly enough. I love Aaronville. He's a black hole of cheer. What obstacle will Bakul Jaja throw at us next? Or will he try something more direct? Ugh, I need a moment. Upriver, downriver, Ihu Katumu is too rough for me. Nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd rather not set on foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropley can help us recruit a potsworn. Yes, you have to take a boat. You don't say. Yeah. Should have had that face when her tacos got smashed. I had that face when my taco... I don't care about Wuklamat's tacos. Holy moly. When he stepped on my tacos, I was going to pull out Bahamut and do some mega flare. I was going to do some... I was going to hand out some Warrior of Light Justice. No one with my tacos. I might have forgotten to attune ban. Technocrat Catboy, yeah, for the win. He just needs to embrace some of his old culture and get over whatever little trauma that he has, or big trauma. We don't wanna minimize what he went through as a kid. Wachu Meki Meki is a gathering spot for skilled artisans of all kinds. We're to find a potsworn candidate. Ooh, what about our Uldan boy? What about the boy from Ulda who was like, oh, I'm leaving because of some weird thing that I can't talk about? Cryle hasn't been here before. Granville brought us here on our first tour of the city, but time did not permit a close look. I should like to observe these masters at work. Surely at least one person will answer Wuklamat's call for a potsworn. Maybe Master Ropley can help us. Yeah, maybe the Uldan candidate. Okay, Wuklamat's perking up. Greetings, third promise. What brings you back to Wachu Meki Meki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropley. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Explaining away. So, what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the third promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only I can't think of any suitable candidate off candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with the mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? The guy from Moldaw? See, this is the Warrior of Light doing Wuklamat's work here. This was my idea, by the way. Just want to say, wasn't Wuklamat's idea. You mean Fonjintain? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt, and considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fonjintain at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Zabalia. Yeah. Oh, then maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you like. Right, let's go see a man about a pot. Let me be the dictator Tyrell needs. Does Tyrell need a dictator? I don't think most places need a dictator. I think dictators are kind of gross, but... Is Teleji still alive? No, he's dead. Totally canon that Fonjintain was your idea, Chieko? Yeah, it was my idea. Absolutely. The Warrior of Light is a brilliant man. I mean, woman. I mean, person. Yeah, Teleji comes back like Darth Maul. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Not. I hated Teleji. He had that creepy, oily voice that was so frigging annoying. He scarred me for life about Lala's. Okay. Let's hear. Fonjintain. Oh, Nico, you're here too. The third promised that you wanted to chat. Just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? Yeah, let's go. Somehow, Teleji, they're never really gone. They're never truly gone. Red Letter Media. No one's ever really gone. Last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Aha, yes, I was, wasn't I? I lost soul until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a Potsworn. I've heard that my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the Moblins, isn't it? But you're not a Moblin. I'm not sure I understand. Well, it's for a feat in the rite of succession. I need to bring a new Potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wachumeki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. Well, I have something to tell you, Third Promise. Oh, hopeful music. The other day I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I'm now an official subject of Tuliolol. Wow, way to go, man. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession as claimants, including you, of course. And you suck! But, now you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired. I never wished to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliolalan that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Wow. Okay. Fonjintain, thank you. for peace. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. I clapped when I clapped when I saw him. What was the phrase that he used? It was like consume more products. Don't think so you can consume. Anyway, there was like a whole thing. Oh, so good. Allow me. I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Wow. Perhaps if you remember me, Brooke Evu, owner of the Zabal Yavtia, I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Wukalamat's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown too, if the gossip's to be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? I don't talk to Hrothgars, but okay. Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. Ugh, a pink Hrothgar. Oh! That feels early compared to Endwalker? I like that. Okay, I like that. That's nice. That's nice. I might do it later on this evening. Look at that. Wow. Wow, Brooke. Okay, I still don't like you because you're pink, but, you know, it's not your fault. You didn't choose it. Yeah, their Nerd Crew stuff was so good, VLX. Yes! Rufus has it. Rufus has it. Don't ask questions. Just consume product. Then get excited for next product. Yeah, so great. So great. Not us, right, chat? We are absolutely always going to ask questions. I do like the fact that they're already giving us the role quest. I think that's a point for Dawntrail. I like the fact that you can just get into that right away. That's really nice. I've done melee, and yeah, I've done. Whoa, that sounds horrifically promising, Ben. That sounds so exciting. Usually there's like, with the role quests, there's usually one that's a bit less interesting than the others, but we'll see. It feels ungrateful to leave so soon. It feels ungrateful to leave so soon. That's a weird line. But anyway, let's keep going. It feels ungrateful to leave so soon. After Master Ropley granted me employment, but surely he'll understand. I do this for the future of Tuliolal. Yes. It doesn't vibe with me? Interesting. I'll ask questions and still look forward to next product anyway. Good answer, John. Good one. Yeah, I love that one. Yeah, the Nerd Crew. I love that. Oh my gosh. I used to know life watching their horror film reviews. The one with Hitler in the cryo chamber was the most funny one because it had like that monkey in the tank and he pulls out a list of all of the things that was in the movie. It was so good. Yeah, VLX, I think I was talking with chat one time and we all agreed that although the amount of jobs that are out there is quite a lot, I think having role quests for them, even if there were only like 5 quests for the role quest, it would still feel really nice. Because I think people really like individual job quests for their particular job. But I know that other people would be like, oh no, my stuff is locked behind, my stuff is locked behind a story and I don't want to read more story. And what if that story for that particular job isn't as fun for you? Like, what are you going to do? So what would I do? If I was CBU3, what I would do is I would not lock the skills behind the job quest. I would lock a special glam set behind the job, the role quests for each job. Or I would do it so that you could choose a minimum of one role quest to do for each type. And then you could opt out of the other side role quests for the other jobs if you didn't want to do them. But if you wanted to do all of them, you could. Yeah. I've only done tank role quests up to mid-Endwalker ones. I really miss the old job quests. I think the idea with the role quest was to go alongside the MSQ as juxtaposition to what is happening in the MSQ. Interesting. So maybe I should try it out later tonight. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but you're fired. Trump voice. Fontaine has agreed to sign the Pot Pact, yes? Well, it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith. To have one of our own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor for Wachu Meki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. We could do that. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. Oh, I see my future. Doing my leveling. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I'm blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuliolal. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachumeki. Smile. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire. As soon as possible, I'll go and pack my things. I like the lore that the dedicated job quest provided, yeah. What became of Fontaine? Were you able to find him? Yepers. We did, and he's agreed to become a postmarn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. Fontaine gets kidnapped on the way to his cabins. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I've one more. Fontaine's putting his faith in me. I won't let him down. You may now unlock deliveries for the Wachumeki. Speak to Ropley and pursue new endeavors as you progress through the rite of succession. This is fantastic. You got a lot of people who love crafting and stuff. That's great for them. That's fantastic that they already have that. That's really nice. Clement needs to pay a visit to the palace. Oh, she does? Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. Oh. Wait, what? Okay. Sights of the West. Oh, that's probably the sightseeing log, right? I'll pick it up later. That's uncouth customers. Oh, that must be the job quest. This is leaves. This is hunting. Leaves. That's the custom delivery. Okay. All looking orderly. Scholars and Dark Quest were super interesting. So do the Dark Knight cheer. I'll get there. Oh no. Someone's come in chat and already told me that the Dark Knight Quest is really good. Yeah, I know it's good. I'll get there one day. I no cap have enjoyed some really strange ones. Like, I love the Weaver stuff. I thought the Weaver questline was phenomenal. I thought the Alchemist questline was amazing with the guy trying to resurrect his wife. There's some dark horses for questlines so far. Welcome back, sir. You've had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting on your return. Oh, Nico the Third Promises entourage have been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn Servant summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guard stationed beside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, one more thing. You're not to mention this visit to Wuklamat. Oh. We're going to find out that Wuklamat has a Ninetales inside her. It's one of the auspices. Heck, W. Would explain so much. Okay. There's a scene you will go gaga over. Will it involve Koana making out with Grahatia? I mean, never mind that. Will it just involve Koana or Grahatia? And WoW dabbled in a lot of that in Legion. In what? No Kapsky on Bruh? Inside her. Am I getting lost in the fucking palace? Oh no, I'm good. Wait a minute. Wait, what is this? Oh wow, look at that. You can see my shadow on the wall. That's Wilden. That's really cool. I'm loving the ambience in here. Oh no, he wants to train with us. Oh no. Summon my carbuncle. Oh lord. How's my gear? My gear's looking okay. My gear's looking okay, so we can go in here. Okay, let's see here. Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience in terms of a tower, I would suggest full battle regalia. You don't say. Okay. Oh lord. Chat's gonna see how terrible I am. Okay. This is a brain dead class. I should have this. Okay, this is gonna be trailer time. Oh, yes. I'm coming in with my plaid catfishing gay men in Eorzea. With my nifty plaid pants, my suspenders, and plum cotton shirt. My
forgive me this sudden summons.
Oh.
When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity.
Oh, here we go. I'm like, what? I was promised lollipops. The wise head is still sleeping? I wonder if the wise head is already dead. Newsflash, he's already compromised. I feel there's a size difference. My catboy's excited.
And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne.
Oh, dear me. Oh, I'm not under pressure at all.
And I've been craving a proper challenge. The Lance Wilter, Estinian, he fought well enough. But our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Whips out carbuncle. Brain rot summoner time. Why don't we find out? Oh, ho, 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 ho.
A spirited answer. Why not indeed?
My catboy has gorgeous eyebrows.
The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come, ready your arms, and show me the truth of the tales.
Okay.
Give it your all! I want to fight to remember! Let's test the waters.
Ah! That was sheer luck. Sheer luck.
They didn't even blink.
Wait, what does that mean? Wait, what? Okay. Okay.
I see you know the Viper style.
Oh, yeah, I should have been fighting this as the Viper.
Let's see how you handle this.
Okay. Oh! Ow! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Ah! Where do I go? Oh, shit. Ow. 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 Well, thank goodness for Phoenix.
The spearman did not lie. Very well then. Resolve and reason kingdom. All right.
Is the head gonna wake up?
Did you think you had my measure? Take this! Still holding up?
What is that? Okay. That was fresh.
We're far from finished.
Oh! Oh. Oh no. Ow.
No more holding back.
Oh.
Stay alert.
I feel very spongy. I should have probably gotten better gear, but we'll see. I'm close to Phoenix, so if I can hold out to Phoenix, I should be okay. Okay. Hopefully.
You'll fight well indeed.
Ow! Oh, that's painful. Oh boy. Oh boy. I might die. Oh, ow! Ow, ow, ow. Wait, what? Oh, I've been missing that, Lamau. I've been missing the beads above his thing that tells which side is going first. Which just tells you camera positioning is everything. Lamau. Let's see.
Now we'll see what you're truly made of.
Am I standing? Oh. Ow. Oh no. Oh no. No! Oh my lord, I nearly failed the... Oh, that was scary. Oh my gosh. How are you going to raid with this kind of mechanics awareness? Well, VLX.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents.
This just shows that not everyone is going to have everyone's upper abilities.
With my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with.
I wonder if he'll talk to us about some stuff and explain about the head. Because we haven't seen the head wake up at all.
Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here.
Okay, okay. Lay it on us. Lay it on us.
I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter.
Excuse me? What?
In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamachi's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamachi? Whether he be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
Well, she is a moron. She is not ready to rule. Nope. No siree. She is not ready.
Well, I did ask you to speak your mind, but agreed, she's not ready for the throne. Not yet.
Yeah.
Lamachi thinks she understands our many peoples, their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital.
Whose fault is that?
And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Except for Quana.
This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one.
Oh, okay. This is
if no
okay.
one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield.
This
throne.
completely changes almost everything that's come up to now for me. This makes so much more sense now.
As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion.
Okay. Well, hope springs eternal.
With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow.
Yeah, okay.
I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn. Guide Lamachi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Watch over her, champion. Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Gallop's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset.
Yeah, if Koana has a flaw, it's that he's not learning to rely on his own people to fix things as well as He's too Charlene focused.
Come of it.
But the other two claimants are really effed up. Like, I see more hope for Koana and Wuklamat than the other two at this point in time. Lala, the size of one head. I'm sure you did better. The hero of the second game meeting the hero of the first game, yeah. His character is by far one of the faves, yeah. He has a huge blind spot on his left. Yes? I'm not fighting on a healer, Debut. No, it's a summoner. Does summoner still have physic? It does. It's right here. But it does nothing, really. Phoenix is where it's at. Hit him with your book, yeah. And it's useless at high levels. Very helpful at early levels, but absolutely useless after a point. If they take res away from summoner, they better make physics so amazing. Are you going to raid with this kind of... Oh, yeah. So the thing about me, VLX, is that I am a very slow learner. Like, very slow. I actually raided Savage Tier. I did P1S, P2S, P3S, and it was not easy. But I did clear them. I just take a little while. I'm spatially disoriented most of the time. And I fought Tree Sentinel and defeated Tree Sentinel in Elden Ring, which for me was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. And these have been my gaming highlights. So in the discussion of difficulty right now that's going on in Final Fantasy XIV, I have a very specific... How can I say this? I have a very specific point of view because I'm someone who wants to get better, but I will never be a top tier gamer or raider. I will always require multiple playthroughs to feel comfortable. And this is one reason why there are some people out there who are like, oh, you just need to get good. And the answer is yes, it's very important to keep trying and doing your best, but some people will not take 3 times to figure something out or 1 time to figure something out. They might take 5 times to figure something out. And it's not because they're bad. It's not because they're lazy. It's not because they're giving up. It's literally about how I learn. Even when I was a kid, my mother told me that I was slower than the rest of my siblings when reading, math, everything. I was slower academically than everyone else. And for a long time, I believed that I was not as smart as my brothers and sisters because I was kind of just like, even I sounded like as a child, I sounded like I was mentally not all there. So even as a gamer, I'm very aware that I struggle with what might seem to some people as very obvious things. I do struggle, but at the same point in time, I don't go to the forums and I don't, bitch and moan. I just try my best and I keep trying my best. And I slowly improve over time, but it's never going to be as fast as other people. So when I do Party Finder up, like when I do use Party Finder to do Savage Tier stuff, I will be doing it with friends and people who will understand that I have limitations, even playing a brain dead class like Summoner. First run through of anything for me is always bad. Although my first dungeon, I did very well. I did not die at all, but I was playing with trust. So yeah, this was the moment where I thought he was giving me my warrior of light Wook's hand in marriage. If he had attempted to do that, I would have denied her so hard. I'd have been like, hell no. That's why I love the scene. It's the one time warrior of light's treated like an equal worthy of respect. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. This X-Pack is a bump in difficulty compared to previous expansions, yes, but I actually started struggling with solo duties back in Stormblood. So hopping into Stormblood, I felt the instant. And so like I struggled from Stormblood onward with solo duties. I'm just not very spatially aware, so it's harder for me than most people. But once again, I don't run around online complaining about it. It's my solo duty. I'm not messing up anyone else's playthrough. So like, you know what I mean? Like, it's my problem. This raid tier seems very lenient. You can die a lot and still clear. Well, that's good, because I'm probably going to die a lot. In Endwalker's Alliance raid, the fight with Azema in the first tier was so bad, and the last one with Nobthal was brutal. And second tier Halone, I hated Halone for a long time because it was just too much. But I can now reasonably heal those raids. Reasonably, the first two, not the third one. I'm still crap at the third one. This is why, moron, yep. Galul Jaja seems very cool and well-adjusted dad. It makes me wonder why his kids turned out the way they did despite that. It does make you wonder, VLX. It does make you wonder, like, something must have gone wrong. See, you were doubting my boy Galul Jaja. He's a real MC, I'm telling you. Kwana's like Oda Nobunaga, fantasizes over foreign innovations. Yeah, he does have that vibe. I think he probably has some past trauma. I wonder if we'll dig into that or not. Physics still scales with mind rather than intelligence. So, yeah, but it really doesn't do much. When you pop physic, it doesn't heal hardly at all. It feels very weak sauce. Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried after their bout. Soralja, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. Wow, I nearly got carried out. Really do live up to your fearsome reputation. Barely. I'm curious, though. Did Papa want anything else of you? No, a small favor, nothing more. Just a sparring partner. Scaling with a stat you don't have? Yeah. If that's the case, they need to fix that, because right now it's doing nothing. But if that's all that it was... Yeah, it's bad design. Yeah, they need to fix that, Rufus. I suppose they've screamed about it enough on the forums. Or maybe not. Maybe. I don't know. Or just get rid of it. Yeah, even... the physic at the early level feels good. You've ignored 8 years of feedback now, so... I don't know. I like physic at an early level. Wuklamat thinks it's time to gather her allies for the road ahead. Still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going to go back, finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at the forward cabins. Come and join us after you have a moment to recover, eh? That's the raw potency carrying it? Yeah. Well, whatever it is, it feels secure for an early starter who's trying to do like mobs and things. If it felt good for a short period of time. I think by the end of A Realm Reborn, though, or just past A Realm Reborn into Heavensward, it became absolutely useless. But it was a nice little thing to have when you were starting out, because you feel really, really vulnerable at the early stages, at least for me. But once again, I'm not a god tier gamer. I'm a very normally gifted, or not gifted at all in that sense. Await your companions and continue with the rite of succession? Sure. Let's wait through and see. Oh. There are details I've forgotten, like they're explicit in saying you're a mentor. Yeah, you never get to actually act in that role. Yeah, I feel like it would be really lovely if we could have a really tough talk with her and like give her some TLDR. But, you know, anyway, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Ooh, bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fontaine. Shall we depart for Earthenshire then? A word before you go. Huh? Is it the pink Hrothgar? Oh, no, thank goodness, no. Ukevu, what are you doing here? I spend my days correcting manners, and here I'm perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the third promise's departure. Please take up your axe and rend my flesh unto taco meat. Oh my. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. All right then, I won't let it bother me either. What was that all about? I forgot how funny he is. I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yes, by the way. That's right, it's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Now, allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tyrell for 1,000 years. Yet when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. Yeah. The lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wukefu. Maybe it's one of those places where you go in, you have to sacrifice one person to leave. That's how they're going to fridge Kwana. What are we? Ooh, no! Oh, Lord, I skipped Aaronville. Oh, holy shit. Go back to A Realm Reborn. Ah, did anyone glimpse it? I think he was asking about the validity. Oh, my Lord. 0 out of 3 fish. It seems the legend originated with Yakui. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. Oh, curse my forefinger. A lead we shall follow in time, but first let us see Fontaine safely into the Moblin's care. Yeah, let's tackle the giants after. Yeah, VLX, there was a moment where we had to talk about the frogs and how to deal with the Aether, and I just wanted to be like, anyway, how I would do things is obviously, anyway. Kozama Uka. Oh, they got a Vieira girl.
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
This guy is so creepy, but also kind of like are into the very silent.
Those who prove useful will have all the land
Wow,
they desire.
bribery. Wow, bribery. Okay, this is how we're rolling. This is great.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
I'm getting the increasing feeling that the Resilient Sun, Zeralja, has layers, which I appreciate. Oh no. Oh.
Step aside.
Not until you give me the bunny girl.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
I'm kind of... Who am I cheering for in this situation?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawntrail may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth.
Aw.
Only a two-head is fit to rule.
Supremacy.
Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon. Face me in battle and learn your place.
No, they're humans, Leo. They're called Hure. They're played by basic bitches. But they do exist in the game.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Oh, that's true. That is true. The Mandervilles are special. I'm talking about the people, the humans, VLX, not the in-game people. Raubon is not a basic bitch either. I wonder if Zoralja has closed down because of a personality thing, and that's why his dad can't suss him out. Yeah, but he's not just any ordinary runt. He is a bizarre mutation of a mutation.
I can kill him whenever I please.
Yeah. There's something else going on with Zoralja. All the other ones are like, screwed.
Your part in this is far from over.
We keep you alive to row this ship. We keep you alive to serve this ship. So row well and live. Where's the mom? Now, VLX, you are asking some important Jungian questions. That is the Jungian question. There was no mom. Remember, Zoralja is well, there must have been a mom. Are they lizards in the proper sense? Like, did the two-headed Galul Jaja have sex with another woman? Or was it... Or did he self-replicate like some rodents? They lay eggs. So the thing is, Bakul Jaja is not from... Bakul Jaja is not the biological son of the first... of Galul Jaja, as far as I understand. As far as I understand. I could be wrong. Bakul Jaja. Parent. Yeah. He has no link to Galul Jaja. Bakul Jaja has no link to Galul Jaja. Zoralja, obviously, is the biological son of Galul Jaja. But his birth was considered a miracle since it was believed two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. So technically Zoralja Zoralja's could have died as he was very young, and it would make sense. Why would it make sense? Anyway. He's not, but it confirms to me they're not asexual reproducers. Yeah. So Bakul Jaja had parents. Zoralja must have had a mother, and VLX, the lack of mother and the sleeping head of wisdom tells me there's a Jungian energy in the loss of the feminine, like in the anima, if that makes sense. So within the sun, we see an imbalance of repressed anima, as far as we can tell. So if we're looking at it from a psychoanalytical literary hermeneutics, I would start looking into seeking patterns of the recovery of anima. And if you think about it, Wuklamat is an expression of anima to a certain degree, right? But she is immature. She is unable to become her full womanhood, obviously, because she's raised in an atmosphere that has women in it. Obviously, she has nannies and other females around her, but generally speaking, her role models are her brothers and her father, and there's no woman. Non-stop mommy issues or lack of mommy issues, Leo. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can find a Hyur for Leo to see. Pure masculine energy? Yeah, I would say that. Namika? Yeah, Namika could be her figurative mother, which explains why she's closer to being balanced than Zoralja, for example. And even Koana is lacking a little bit, I think. Koana is repressing stuff as well, in my opinion. As much as I love Koana, he's repressing. We're back, and we've brought with us a willing potsworn. This is Fonjean Tain, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Eshtern's Aesthetics in Ul'dah. However, I will still say that Wuklamat needs to move into her animus and get a bit more realistic. She still is a bit flaky. She's flittering around thinking that she can heal the world with thoughts and prayers, and she needs to get a grip. Wonderful. Impressive. You are the first to return, third promise. Oh, are we? And with an artisan from across the salt, no less, we welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Help Hand will show you to the work pot. You are now entering our Moblin cult. Welcome. This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim Dawn Servant. What happens if she isn't? Wow, this poor man. Thank you, Fonjean Tain. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. Can I get out of the rain? I want to use my umbrella. You have met the requirements of the Feet of Pots. Ready Rock presents your keystone with joy smiles and well-wishing. Okay, here we go. So we got like what now? Three or four? Three? That makes three. Okay. More Potsworn candidates. Come, tell Ready Rock your tales. Ooh. Did you see that man who was dark-skinned? That was a Hyur. Another feat accomplished. Another keystone acquired. Nodders. Oh ho ho, you are doing well. I expected nothing less of Zoralja's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, second promise. We must have you apply that Charlayan knowledge you so cherish and arm Tural with weapons of Magitech design. Smile. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. Yeah, see, this is the smart move. Of course you want to have Koana on your side. Hello? The tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Ooh, we got a peacemaking person here. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength, once Tulialal is known for its advanced technology. Just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Charlayan. Yeah, I think he also represents kind of like post-war Japan. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tulialal to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Charlatan whole. Oh my. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire, trust us. We know about the Allegans and the Garleans. Then we keep fighting until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. This sounds a lot like Varus, frankly. We've been through this discussion before. How could such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Wow, okay there. All right. Ready Rock is reminded of days long ago. The time before Tuliolal, there were no pot packs for the Potsworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Galul-Jaja arrived, the families of the grab-snatched pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a war-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Galul-Jaja just wanted to talk. Be at ease. We are here to trade words, not blows. The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy Potsworns make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Galul-Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jingly shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot packs. Yes, reason and clever think changed Mobby's way of life. I have no words for this argument, so I shall stalk off into the rain. Majestically. First promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future in the next feat. Well, then he's stupid. I don't agree with, over-focusing on the past, but you should look at the past long enough to figure out what not to do, and then go from there. To entirely discount the past is stupid. But I also don't like people living by the past. That's also stupid. Did you see how his glasses started going opaque? That's Megane character right there. You should be getting on as well. Well, rain never hurt hot catboys. But Galul-Jaja never did come back, did he? No, he did not. Did you have a moment, third promise? Rakorok would repay you for a hand helping with Kahe. He brings a tale of the Golden City. Oh. Really, I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness. A city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Oh, this must be Solution 9, basically. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now, that's a city I'd like to visit. Maybe it's not Solution 9. Maybe there's a hidden zone. There's always that last zone, you know? Excuse me, Rakorok, where did you hear that particular tale? From our long-time Yokui friends. They live up in the mountains in Urkulpacha. Giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. Yay! Uklamat has both a biological and figurative mother. Yes, Namika. Zoral Jaja, pure masculine. I think all of them have pure masculine energy. Maybe in his worldview, but he's wrong because Koana is clearly masculine energy. Zoral, Bakul Jaja is masculine energy. Almost all of them are. Wuklamat is the flaky. Yeah. Think about it. He has pure masculinity, no room for anything feminine inside of him. So any normal man would have more feminine energy in them than Zoralja. Yeah, I think if we're talking about perception in his head, everyone is weak. And even Koana, who in his books would be useful, is considered weak because of Koana's penchant for seeking pacifistic options. So, like, chat knows what's going to happen now. Chat has invoked it. So if we're going to do a spectrum here, we got man. We got the this is the animus, and this is the anima, right? I would put Zoralja here. Zoralja is here. Bakulja is here. Koana, he's rejecting his home culture, and he's not seeing the value of the spirit of one's work. So Koana goes here. But he's still in the middle. So this is the middle. And then Wuklamat is somewhere. I don't think she's achieving balance anytime soon. She's also a bit flaky. She's idealistic. She's sheltered. She's struggling with standing up in front of her brothers. Let's put her over here. This is Wuklamat. Now, if Zoralja, and then where would go, and so then technically speaking, with what I have right now, with the information that I have right now, the Galul Jaja is in the middle. He's closest. He's the most balanced. Warrior of Light would be here as well. So we got a problem here. We don't have enough painting. Like, we don't have enough balance, sorry. Western writers can hide bad writing and call it subtle. As a literature, as someone who graduated with a degree in literature, I can absolutely say that there's a lot of, this is what I call pretension. When people are like, oh yes, do you see my work? It is so meaningful. It's like, no, it's bullshit. Certainly different styles, and there are examples of good and bad writing from both. He's achieved chim. What do you mean by chim? But anyway, this is how I'm viewing it right now. But of course, this could change, right? This could change for sure. Absolutely. But this is how I would analyze it at this point in time. And I'm talking about anima and anima specifically. I'm not talking about where people actually are, if that makes sense. And it tells me that Zoralja is even a claimant in the first place. Surely his father cannot condone his violent ambitions. Yeah. Oh, and I wanted to add. Now, ordinarily, I would say that Galuljaja is in the center because he has two heads, right? The head of, is it resolve? And the head of wisdom or whatever. But one of his heads is asleep. That is also very interesting from a Jungian perspective. The voice, so the head of resolve would be here. So head of resolve. And then the head of wisdom would be over here. But the head of wisdom is sleeping. So this is very fascinating situation here because this means there's an imbalance actually within the man that we really admire and think is balanced. But right now we're having a, do you still have our Dawntrail bingo? I'd have to drag it out, but I believe I do. I do believe I have it around here. But I'll let the PC search for it while we continue. Let's see what I can pull up. Okay, let's go talk with Erinville. These tales raise many questions. Let's hope the giants have answers. Yes. Head of Reason in Rediroc's story sounds so different from the Head of Resolve. Head of Reason, not Head of Wisdom. They share the same body, yet their personalities are wholly distinct. Yeah. Right, we should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden Mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Urquhart Highlands should be easy enough to reach from there. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up to the mountains. Let's find that first. Chim is an Elder Scrolls term. It's described as the awareness that one is a fictional character, an actor in the dream of the Godhead, a high form of enlightenment. As long as they don't look at the camera like Deadpool. Breaking the fourth wall as a character, you have to do it very carefully. Probably to date, one of the best fourth wall breaks that I saw in this game was with Xenos in the final fight. But many people misunderstood what that was all about. So that was sad. I'm definitely feeling like there's a bit of picking up, and it might have to do with the amount of violence that we're seeing now right in the story, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. I'm more referring to the conversation he has after the last fight, but yes. The Highlands are where the Lay of Proof took place, that being Gulul Jaja's encounter with the Yokui. But it's also the stage for the Lay of Ice, where heroes fought the monstrous Valagarmanda. I'm most curious to know what the right will demand of us there. Ooh. One day we're sailing up rivers, and the next day we're hiking up mountains. Yeah, my thighs are burning. This road will take us through the mountains to the Urquhart Highlands. Exhausting route, perhaps, but a straightforward one. We are to meet with the Yokui at last. Yes, finally. Besto friendo. He was our best friend. He is dead now. Now, I'm not... I like Emmett Selk as a character. I don't like him as a person. he's not much morally... He can't morally grandstand over Xenos, honestly. He causes much damage, historically. More damage than Xenos did. The amount of lives and things that he was responsible for is actually kind of... Yeah. Anyway. Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. Hope everyone's ready for some climbing. Third promise. Oh, speak of the devil. Leo, this is a Hure. See? Normal person. Glad I caught you. Ready Rock asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you. What? Something other than a keystone? It's an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long if you would please follow me. Sussy. 7 rejoinings and a void, among other things, Ben. Slavery. He was directly responsible for the Allegan Empire, which was really gross. Or it ended on a gross note. Not to mention whatever he did with that fetus inside of the Yulmorin mayor's wife's womb. Yeah. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. He looks like he's going to spit some feminist theory. If it wasn't Japanese writing. Feminist theory? Knowing Wukelamat, she's probably eating sweets behind our backs and forgot to pay the shopkeeper something equally careless. Aaronville, I love him. He's rather interesting hair for a hero. Or should I say Tanawata? In any case, strange that I've never noticed him while we were in. I feel like this is a bad idea. I feel like we just let her go off, so she's gonna get like. I can't place him. No, kidding. Meet are eager to continue the Highlands and meet a Yokui face to face. We've heard much about them, but I'm not entirely sure what to expect. Alpha no, like clearly somewhere else. Have we just let our friend run off to get like shanked by Bakul Jaja? This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. Those humans are the god tier normies? Not all of them, Leo. Some of them are really amazing individuals. Some of them are just normal. Just like all the other races. There's no, you know, some are important, some are not important. But the players who play yours are complete basic bitches. We all know it. Perhaps there were complications? Well, let's wait a little longer. Wow, the sun is literally changing. Why let her go alone with some stranger no one knows anything about? Well, it's already been set in stone that she runs off, VLX. We've seen it multiple times. They've laid it down. This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on the way back to find us? What is abnormal about the situation is not that she ran off. What's abnormal about the situation is that Aaronville didn't follow her. So if I had written this scene, she would have run off, and then Aaronville would have run off. Now, Aaronville's not a fighter. We've already set this up. So he would have arrived to wherever she's going to be, and then he would also be screwed over. And then we would have to save both her and Aaronville, if that makes sense. There's nothing wrong with her running off. We've totally had her run off for the past, 10, 15 quests. She's always running off into the sunset. That's not the big deal. The big deal is why didn't Aaronville follow her? But how? There's only the one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wukelamat's sense of direction or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? Ah, yes, link pearls. Yeah, that's another question. How long have we been waiting? Have we literally only been waiting minutes? She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. 'Twas Ready Rock who had business with her, yes? Uh-huh. Another thing is, it would have been better if maybe we had been more... Let's see. Actually, no, I take it back. This is totally normal. Look at this. Look at the scene here, okay? We're here, I'll press home, okay? I'm standing here waiting for her. Earthenshire is right there. If she can't run down this little bit of road without having problems, there's an issue. Okay, if this was much further away, I'd be like, why didn't Aaronville follow her? But now that I realize how close this is, this shouldn't have been an issue. I totally would have let her run back on her own. Because this is within sight of the village that she's supposed to be going to. But if I wanted to keep it consistent, I would have had Aaronville go after her. That's what I would have done. But we'll find out. Let's see what happens. I'm sure plot armor will keep her alive. She'll be fine. Something's It's not right. Alpha knows praying that nothing wrong has happened. Doesn't seem to be here. I'm not so certain. How did we not see her wander off the road then? Yeah. Back so soon? We've come looking for Wuklamot. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Ready Rock did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. Oh, oh no! Then who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where's Wuklamot? Kwana. Big brains. Where's Lamati? Is she not with you? Some purple-haired person with a Save the Tree sign. Sipping Starbucks took her off, and we thought she was just running a little errand to the village. You do know where she is. How could you let this happen? She ran off like she normally does. Ask Aaronville. It's Aaronville's fault. That thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. Yeah. Blame Aaronville. Aaronville should have followed her. What's wrong with you, Aaronville? I will help you search. This is not how I wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest. My sister least of all. It turns out it was Kwana all along. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. That would be hilarious. Oriange and Thancred have her tied up somewhere, like sipping on biscuits and drinking sweet tea. Nico and I should work together at least. Oh my lord. Are we going on a date? The better to facilitate communication between our... Oh, yes. Yes, please. Please do join. Yep. Then the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. Am I going for a walk with Kwana? Am I going to be paired with Kwana? We'll be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Chat, remind me to attune with that aetheryte as soon as I can. Come, we should begin our search. Okay, I'm going to go in. I'm going to attune to this for now, and then I'll get to... Huron folk are the base sort that all other races branch off of. Yeah. How can't they make a good anime out of this? I don't know, Leo. I do not know. This story is actually unparalleled for most MMOs. Most MMOs have the shittiest story on the planet. Yeah, I'd agree with that change. For being childhood friends, they barely act that way. I'm okay with them having a strained friendship, right? But VLX, every time she's run off, Aaronville has followed her. So he should have followed her. That's what should have happened. And then we should have all gone back to the village without the two of them. And then Kwana would have been like, OMG, Aaronville and Wuklamot are gone. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they should have had Aaronville follow her because that's what has been set out. Even though there has been some, you know, shade being thrown and like some tension, and he's clearly not 100% with being happy, and he's clearly got some other things going on. But like generally speaking, if he's going to have this thing where he's always looking over her, even though it's clearly stressing him out, if she had run off, he would have followed her. And that I do agree is a big mistake. They should have just done that. This is the most worrisome. If Ready Rock hears anything, she will let you know. Kwana, tell me that we're going to go for a walk together. Lamati was returning to Earthenshire from the west, and she should have passed through here, except Ready Rock swears she didn't see her. In which case, it's entirely possible that Lamati never made it back to the village at all, which is Wilden, because we can see the village from where we're standing. How did we not see her wander off the road then? Yeah, that's a good question, Murokos. How could we not notice being like, hey, wait a minute, why is she going over there into the fields? They heard you talking shit about yours. Just savor this time away from... Yeah, I'm going to savor it, VLX. Oh, I'm going to savor it. In which case, 'tis entirely possible that Lamati never made it back to the village at all. The only thing to be certain is to ask about the sentries stationed at the opposite entrance. Wait, what? Why? Do you know something I don't know? I am confused. Maybe all the explosion-filled fights ruin some of our spatial situational bears. Can't just sneak around us. I don't know. I don't know. If the guard did not see Lamati, then we can be fairly sure she's not an Earthenshaw. She's not one to pass without notice. Oh, you are not wrong. Okay, so since we're here, I mean, you know, G-pose time. Barbie, I love you, but get the fuck out of my shop. Okay, look, chat. Just gotta bear with me here. We're going for a little walk down. We're going for a little walk, okay, Kwana? Just like a little walk down the pathway surrounded by, let's see, I gotta open up my swim. Gay, very gay, Ben. You know it, I know. This is inspiring me, okay? I have to, how else am I going to be inspired to write my Catboy fiction? This is going to be my muse, okay? G-pose time? I'm almost, but I'm not going to kill chat by spending overly too much time in G-pose. Maybe if I can find him on the map after, I will. The third promise. Muabi has been standing at this post with diligent eye watching, so you see no claimants pass this way. What if a Tanawauta with brightly colored hair? Ami knows something of this one. He hears tongue flaps about a Pelu peddler in mini fires who was attacked by a crazy-haired bandit on the road. Bandit, you say? Thank you. You've been most helpful. What kind of bandit has the hair? Anyway, my sister's clearly not here. Though I wish it were otherwise, we must consider the possibility that the Tanawautan messenger and the brigand described this century are one and the same, and that Lamatia is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to Minifires. I'd like a word with this peddler, should they still be around. You know what? We're going to cut down some time. Machinists and gunbreakers be deaf? Oh, that's true, VLX. Canon, but I'm not. I'm a summoner, so what's my excuse? You know what my excuse was? I was daydreaming about Graha Tia and Kwana, and I completely did not notice anything. I was just blurping out. I was just like, hello, Kwana. I just want to add that Kwana has a good cattail. It does not have the creepy cattail. Here, Nico, this is the merchant who ran afoul of the bandit. You were engrossed in a passage in your tome? Exactly. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? Can we echo? Ever? Because we haven't echoed in forever. My goodness, I thought I'd recognize you. I'll tell you everything I remember, second promise. It was the scoundrel Wow Kessa who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. Oh my lord, predations. Wow Kessa and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel. And with no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs, they've had to become more creative. Okay. No wonder he went after Lamati. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first and deliver his deserved payment in person. Oh my. How very. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-do merchant to lure Wow Kessa out of hiding, because Wow Kessa will have never heard of the second promise, and he will totally not recognize me as being one of the most important people in this country. Then, when he comes sniffing about, we catch the rat by the tail. Ooh, cat boy speak. Yes, let us catch some rats. An excellent plan. And I have the right garments for your disguise. Okay, maybe those disguise as blue hair. At a specially discounted price, of course. A brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well. I accept your generous deal. Is he going to cover his hair? No. Oh dear. Now we lay the what bait? I will precede you into many fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. I also think his tail is not to the max, but it is what it is. If Wild Kessa is as coin-hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. Yeah. I pray your scheme is successful. Time to play our part. That is too matchy-matchy, Kwana. That's way too matchy-matchy. Follow me? Oh, I'll follow that tail. Okay. At least our running animation isn't as horrific as our male running animation. Hear ye, hear ye! I just gave him a huge gem. He has such a huge gem. He's literally walking around with 3 million gil in his pocket. There, that Zabral fellow. Share with him how happy your imaginary deal with me has made you. Once you put on an appropriate display, we can continue to our next performance. Happy. Guess what? I sold this gorgeous sucker some jewel. A rare gemstone from that Hetsaro merchant, you say. I envy the profit he must have made from such a sale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I've not been able to peddle goods at my usual haunts. Aw, kind-eyed Zabral. Turns out to be a killer. Okay. Faked it. Good start, but I would make certain Wild Kessa is aware of me. Let's continue. Look at our cute little tails. The tail animations in this game are fantastic. The moblin over there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours, Nico. Hey, moblin. Want to learn how much I've studied on how to The Hetsaru sold you a sparkle stone for your collection. That explains your giant joy smiles. Mabi's happy for your happiness. Mabi's also jealous of the merchant and all the jingly shine he must have made. That should be enough, but perhaps one last act to drive it home. Okay. This is why you get a cat with a long tail. See that cheerful Pelu, tell him the tale of your precious gemstone, and then we'll be done with this part of the charade. Okay. A passing peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection? That is a stroke of luck, and I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Oh, this is the Pelu. Lost 2 royals. Not a good day for the wool. I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows? Maybe opportunity will find you, even as it found you. Good luck out there. That's the one. That's the one. Or is there someone else behind the tree? Oh, Oh? I spy with my little eye a brightly... Ah, my most valued customer. The profit from that single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Traveling with such a fat person, no sellswords is tempting fate, so I shall make Earthenshire my last stop and then return forthwith to Tuliolal. Wow. I wonder if Koa will find him handsome. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. Cat time. It's Marbin time. It's cat Mikote time. You waddle now? No kid. Yeah. Ben, don't you waddle always? Kick W. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You played your part to perfection, Nico, a man of many talents, just as Thancred and Nuriange described. Oh. Now let us lure while Kessa out and spring her trap. Okay. Oh, wow. Look at me going. Wow. Crazy. At this rate, just to execute the final stage of his plan. Let us execute the final stage of the plan. I will set out towards Earthenshire, alone and unarmed, better to sell the active and defenseless merchant. Assuming while Kessa is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind, remaining hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. Okay. Okay. Turns out Wuklamat literally just got lost trying to go to the washroom. Oopsie doopsie poopsie. Is Ben over here waddling? Oh, he is. Cutscene. Hi, Tism. You were the one who rolled a Lala. Okay, so here we go. Handsome boy. Pretending not to be Kwana. I just happen to have blue hair. Just happen to have tan skin. Just happen to be wearing the same kind of glasses. I like how the road here is broken into paving large stones with the river. I love that. Must be a bitch to cross though if you have a wagon. But I think it's so cool. I like how it breaks up the map in a more different way. Like it feels just different. She locked herself in a toilet room. Yeah, she locked herself in the washroom. I had some sisters like that. They kept doing that kind of stuff. Scenery looks so verdant. What? I hear business has been good to you. Oh, there's a Catboy betraying us. Death and dishonor to our cow. How about you share some of the profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have. What are you, Robin Hood? Does my Catboy come racing in to save him? Hey! Pulls out a book. Pulls out his carbuncle. They're like, what? Spit in your eye. Men, kill these vitriol. What? Oh, we're going to take down a bun girl. I'm good with that. Slippery vermin. We shall interrogate him something. If you would be so kind, Nico, pray leave them capable of speech. Okay. Okay. I mean, Bahamut will just... Bahamut's fine. Wow, look at that. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Easy peasy. Bahamut slayed them. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, the second promise? Wow, they didn't figure it out? Wow, we are so lucky to have found stupid people. What did you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal ears as trophy as soon as I get free of these ropes. Wow, that catboy's something else. What if I take your ears, huh? That is crazy. He's talking about scalping. I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat pack of shit, shit lover. Salt lover. You'll not get answers from us. I love that. That's a good one. I'm going to tell next time someone pisses me off, I'll be like, eat pack of shit, you salt lover. That's right. We don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where's Wooklamat? Ooh. Oh boy. He start losing his cool. I can't lose my cool. I'm Ishida Uryu. I'm fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. Oh my. We were hired to nab the third promise. That's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired by whom? We weren't told that either. Only Wao Kessa knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader after all. Once I've arranged for Landsguard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills, but perhaps you could pursue Wao Kessa in the meantime. Bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamati is being held. Yeah, okay. We can do some tracking. Okay. Alright. In a minute tries to cheer me up. I've been having a pretty good time. Having more Koana is definitely nice, but I'm a Catboy lover. So that probably wasn't good enough for most people, but it's been nice for me. Oh, I spy with my little eye. A wonky-haired bandit. Yeah, you won't see me in the flowers. Right up there. Is it kind of creepy that I could see my Catboy right away because of his ears? Okay. Oh wow, they put all of those to help people. Have people know that I actually never failed in the follow things. But there's a first time for everything. Would the wall allow Quana to kill those prisoners in front of them? I would say no. But I don't think our wall is pure-hearted either. But I don't think he would kill just for the lulz. But we definitely have partaken in less than morally great things, particularly at the beginning of A Realm Reborn. Finally, my money, give it to me now. The Landsguard may be hunting us already. Wow, guess I feel eyes on me. It turns around and sees Carbuncle following him. Yeah. You like the edge? These missions just prove that ninja is a pointless class. Oh, that's an interesting take. Yeah. I spy with my little eye Carbuncle next to that tree. Yeah, just hanging out. I mean, it's just it's Tataru's, freed Carbuncle. The Tataru's Carbuncle finally made it to the New World. Ninja stealth does not work in those missions. Must have been the wind. The wind's howling. No missed opportunity. Yeah, and ninjas should have like automatic ease. But like then they'd have to pace it, so like obviously maybe make it so that the invisibility spell pops off, like there's like a cooldown or something. Finally, my money, give it to me now. The Landsguard may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. She's inside thinking it's like a tourist location. Right this way. The next trial of caves is here. Oh, is it here? Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Such hostility. You're hurting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. This kindness, you brought a blackened tempest upon us. He is a black-haired, green-eyed warrior of gorgeously pale skin and the most incredible plaid pants of Eorzea. One look, and I could tell the man was a killer. A butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Yes. Yes. That's me right there. Oh, spare me your cheerful bleating. Go on. Scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Oh, I'm watching. Quana told me the news. You found the abductor then. What's the situation? I'm gonna take care of them myself. You think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wild Kessa and stay on Mamuljah's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we certainly have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. This is Thancred. Thancred out. I'd say canonically the wall plays all jobs, so they could do this as nin. Oh, that's true. Oh my, another following quest. I could see how people would hate this. But as everyone can see, that despite my rating deficiencies, watch me fail this. Chat's gonna be laughing at my expense. Is that tree too? Let's go over here. This is a choice. You want to turn around at that tree? Oh no. Wow, this guy is confident AF. No one's following me. Yeah, you're just hearing things. Shut up, Ben. Stop laughing. This is a serious stealthing mission. Are you the warrior of light or aren't you? I'm literally kiting the trees at this point. Oh, this is an interesting direction. I don't think we'll ever get, like, unless they hire someone new to do Yugiri, I don't know if Yugiri will ever have a voiced role again. Criminals, I heard that there's 2 voice actresses for her, but I think overall they generally try to avoid voicing characters whose... Oh dear. Manatee is free. Free the manatee! Let's say canonically the Warrior of Light plays all jobs, so they would do this as an... That does make sense, Ben. That also makes sense.
Better late than never.
Oh my, Thancred.
Morja. He's the one who kidnapped Wook Lamart.
Yeah. Good night, Steam.
So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors.
Yeah. Yeah.
That will complicate matters.
Oh, wait, what? Wait. Wait a minute,
Confound it!
Wait a minute, is Koana a machinist? Oh, that's adorable.
Now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Are you okay there, Koana, my boy?
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Aww.
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
What a precious boy.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived.
That would be hilarious. We got another trial for you.
You've been there.
She's just like loping along. Oh, this is great.
Hurt her.
I'm overthinking this, obviously. But let's just trust in Thancred.
I do trust him, but... Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back.
I'd
I'm
like...
afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic.
Why?
But isn't that how families should be?
No, my family was disgusting and
These days,
terrible.
Tsurali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors.
Is there a reason why we're not
They
echoing?
herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. during one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation.
Looks like we both have shitty parents
A
then.
chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Tancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes?
They effed our boat up.
I released the Punitive not to delay pursuit. If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
Understood. We'll meet you at Many Fires.
Is there any reason why we're not echoing? We have not had a single echo. I think this is another interesting narrative choice. Is it a good one? I don't know. But maybe there's a reason why we're not echoing as much. I feel like we should be echoing way more often. The last person who did an echo was Kryl, and we didn't echo. Well, yeah. Do I know what Ohana means? I think the voice actor for Kwana is really good. I think the voice actor for Kwana is fantastic. I think he did a fantastic job telling us why he cares for Wiklamat. He sees himself as an older brother. And given his past, he must really hate the nomadic tribes. They abandoned him, so he's abandoning them. So I think overall, Kwana is filling out very nicely as a character. He's making a lot of sense to me. I just wish we could have seen instead of just having someone tell us. And that also affects pacing. If people are just telling us things, and we're not seeing things for ourselves, that's a problem as well. I may have put rescuing Lamati ahead of my own progress, but do not take that to mean I've given up on the contest. You understand how important she is to me, yet regardless of how close we were, I would have made the same choice. After all, if I'm incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I'm not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. Wow, look at him go. What a bro. Yeah, but we should get a history from him. I'm not suggesting we need emotion. I'm suggesting we could have seen an echo of him being abandoned. I'm feeling the lack of echo so far. Kawana wishes to gather your companions for the upcoming rescue mission. What do you think would have been more impactful? For Dola telling us that her father was stoned to death, or us seeing that her father was stoned to death? As a Echo picks up on memories, we should have picked up on Kawana's memory. Is there an in-game reason why we're not echoing, or have like the writers somehow blipped out on it, or they just were like, oh, we don't need to show this. It's a decision. It's a creative choice. I'm not sure if I think like I'm not saying we should have an echo for every time a person is talking to us, but I'm suggesting if we want to make something more impactful, like if you're going to tell us the story and have us listening to a story, you might as well just show it to us. The way someone conveys a memory from their perspective can be more impactful than seeing that memory, as a matter of fact. Well, not for me, it doesn't. For me, all the time, just having people telling me all the time, like I've had no echo at all since the beginning. Nah, that slows down the pacing quite a bit. It has nothing whatsoever to do with impact. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the emotion of the scene. I'm talking about pacing. If you just have people telling you things all the time instead of showing you, it slows down the pacing because it's just more words being tossed at you. You're not able to experience it yourself. To a certain degree, I'm not suggesting everything that is being told us needs to be echoing, but we should have had at least one echo up until now, and this would have been just as good a part as ever. Kwana's a great actor. I had no beef with how he acted that scene. But I'm not... I respond more to seeing the pain than just being told the pain. That's how I... 2 to 3 screenshots with the dialogue would have been nice. Even something as simple as that, Ben. I agree. 110%. 110%. Oh, I agree with you. It's a complaint about this part of the story. Yeah. I think it's a decision of expedience. Way faster and easier to make this way. Yeah. Show, don't tell. Yeah. I don't mind from character's perspective within reason. But to a certain degree, if they even had a little montage with just pictures and sad music, it would have just been as impactful as him talking. Now, is it nice to hear Kawana's voice? Absolutely. Out of every scene that I've now seen acted, there's been only 2 standout actors for me, and that would be Galul Jaja and Kawana. Galul Jaja sounds and feels like a man who loves his family and has been disappointed by them. And Kawana sounds and feels like a small king who wants to do the right thing and is weighted down with many responsibilities. I also have, this is a weird thing, I know. And this is aside from, I don't view Nico this way to a large degree, but I find that a lot of Catboys in the story, from Grahatia to Kawana, have this kind of small young man energy. It reminds me a lot of the Chinese boys, the Chinese young men, I should say, who I taught in university. Because, Chinese young men are typically, on average, smaller and lighter boned in comparison to, say, Africans and European Caucasians and things like that. There's a kind of an energy to them where they carry themselves in a very definitive way. They have to prove themselves on many levels, and they have this kind of low-key macho energy, very similar to it's like tangential to the energy you get coming out of South America, actually. And I think the emperor syndrome that is apparent in a lot of Chinese families feeds into that as well. But one of the energies I always get from most cat boys, even Grahatia, when you find him sleeping, is like, oh no, I'm so uncool. So this sense of needing to be cool is like this weird little underlying theme with cat boys that I find to be really adorable. My favorite echo scene isn't from the wall's perspective. It's her echoing the wall for Dola. Yeah. Galul Judge sounds like a dad. Yeah. I think the young man energy has to do with the fact that one tribe of Miko is a matriarchy, if I remember correctly, and the other tribe has a Noon, and the rest are Tia, alpha, and beta males. A Noon wouldn't have the young man's energy, but they're also the ones that don't adventure. Yeah, so the Seekers are the Nun and Tia patriarchy, and the Keepers are the matriarchy. So my boy's a Keeper. His mom was scary. She kicked him out when he was like 8 years old because he was fooling around with a girl at a very young age. And she was like, you know what? You're now mature. It's time for you to go out and live with your dad. And then my dad ended up being really mean and terrible and died in a hunt. And so then I was basically abandoned and became, ended up in the Eorzea. But the Noon and Tia situation is a whole other thing. So it's just this low-key thing within Catboys. I think there's this sense of I need to be cool, whether you're a Seeker and you're trying to impress your harem, or you're a Keeper and you're trying to impress the unimpressible women who are controlling the towns. So it's just it's a fascinating energy that comes off of Catboys that's so interesting. They just always seem to be gripped with a sense of I need to prove myself. South American masculine energy. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been to South America, but imagine having to impress Y'Shtol exactly epic. Could you imagine? That would have been... I would not even try. My Warrior of Light's not even going to try. Heck no. Nope. Which makes Ragnar so special. Sorry, did I say Runar? Makes Runar so special. No, the Tias. Do you remember that one Tia for the Qatari? No, not the Qatari. Ananta. So you have to help that one Tia fight the Noon in that one zone in Alamigo. And it's the precursor to opening up the Ananta tribe. That was hilarious. At one point, you get to tell him you're going to die a lonely Tia. It's so good. I love poking fun at Seekers. We need to gather our forces. I don't get the feeling that Koana falls into either Seeker or Keeper, though. First, allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. So we believe she's been taken, and I'm losing my head, but we're all going to go in together. We're going to keep her calm. Thus, at the very least, we believe the Subigo knows where Lamati has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their boat even as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release your Puniti from his harness, leaving us without a means to give pursuit. So we fly. Aaronville, as an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? We are now going to do some side questing to catch a Puniti. The right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter about, however. Oh my gosh, we're going to try to get the Puniti back. Would you accompany him, Nico? Well... okay. Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the Puniti was let loose. Kryle's very cute the way she stands. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Earthenshire's artisans are but a short walk away, Alphino, keeping his head. Now let us divide the tasks and have at it. Riage nodders. I think the Mikos here have their own thing. Yeah, it sounds like it. Is that the quest where you keep throwing bombs at him? Yes, Jonathan, you remember. Do you remember it? He's like, oh, I could take it. I could take more. Troll traps work differently to their Eurasian cousins. Yeah, it does seem like that. There's an unusually aggressive herd of wild punities downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try the waters upriver. Honestly, the amount of information that Aaronville has in his head, he's like Sherlock Holmes with like a palace, mind palace of this lore. It's insane. He figured out we were frogs from a glance. Exactly! He's not your ordinary Vis. Or I guess they called him Vera. This was in Norfront. Assuming our Punity has come this way, she will be hiding in the depths of Marsh Ligaka. We'll need to lure her back to the shallows with a promise of food. Wild Punities eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feed I've prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. Okay. Ligaka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scatter feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our Punities' enticing feast. Wow. Okay. All right, Chad. Okay. Am I... Ben? Where am I going? Oh, Ben is probably ahead of me. Should I be going around that way? Should I be going around this way? I'm going to go around this way. What Aaronville should do is pen down all the knowledge he has and then give it to us, and then we can have an in-game bestiary. Jonathan, imagine him being the one who ends up mentoring us in Beastmaster. Would Aaronville help us become a Beastmaster? Could you imagine Aaronville being our mentor in Beastmaster? I'd be okay with that. By the way, I just want to say that the purple lanner is my bird of choice. And that is why Nico almost always wears purple. Because this is his bird. This is the bird that he always flies. His best bird. For me. No, I'm not saying that's the best bird for everyone, obviously. Other people have other favorite birds, but this is Nico's best bird. I love these plants. I love it when the plants are bigger than me. Trees don't count. Trees are not plants. Okay. I mean, they're technically plants, but... Unless we create the class together, maybe? Yeah, could be. I'm wondering who else would teach Beastmaster. Probably someone from Boja. I have some friends who have thoughts on that one. Okay. We have done what we came to do. I wouldn't mind a Steve Irwin parody teaching us. Steve Irwin, like the alligator, like the... Crikey! Oh, Ben's already saying it. What's he... Oh, didn't he die or something? Like, a while back? He, like, died from like, some kind of, like, Didn't he, like, tussle with one animal too many? Yeah, Steve Irwin. We must avenge Steve Irwin. They definitely ended Boja in an interesting way. Yeah, I took a stingray barb to the heart. Yeah, stingray barb. Oh gosh. Now you see the curl over there? Crikey, ain't she a beaut? Well, we're gonna go over there and give her a good poke. You know, Epic. It broke my heart losing him. So look, I'm not really deep in the Steve Irwin lore, but I had great respect for the crocodile hunter. He was a bro. He was really fun. The few times that I watched his stuff, like, I came away feeling that he really loved animals and enjoyed being like in nature and things like that. So I got the sense anyway that he was more open to, I don't know, like, yeah, like just being more open to exploring things and yeah. Okay, so let's click on Aaronville. All set. I've just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Oh, yay. Okay. My cat boy is so adorable. I keep saying that, but it's still true. Here she is. Oh, that's a big one. Shh, there's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last time. You're hungry, I wager. Come on, come with me. Aaronville is really best boy. Look at him. There's a good girl. I wonder if they'll kill Aaronville. That would be fascinating. Zeppola will die and never recover. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats, then lead her over to the boat. You can let Kwana know we have our punity back. Oh wait, what? That was not there before. He was a bit crazy, like some things he did, just know. Sane people don't discover things, just saying. Yeah, Epic? Uh-huh, uh-huh. Like, don't swim with stingrays. Yeah, that's a bit... He knew the risk, still sad to see him go out like that. Yeah. That must have been some stingray. They can't kill the zone narrator. But could they? He was a trained professional doing something he'd done for decades. While it ended in tragedy, doesn't regret he trained as he didn't. Doesn't mean that he was trained as he can be. Negate that he was trained as he can be. Yeah. I mean, things happen, right? Things happen. There was this guy who played Bjorn in Hobbit, and to train as Beowulf, he went to a zoo to like look at wild animals. And he found out that the animals had that the wolves had attacked and killed one of their caretakers who slipped and fell in the enclosure. So like one sign of weakness, and it was like done. So it was like really crazy. And I remember listening to that, and I was like, holy moly, right? That's kind of insane, but. It just goes to show, like, sometimes you think you understand the world or you understand the animal that you're interacting with, but you can never... I think part of the issue that I have with some people these days is that they think that because they have technology and everything that they will be safe, and the reality is that you will never be safe. Completely 110%. It's just not it's just not a thing. Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going. Aaronville has the punity in hand then. Good, I expected nothing less from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts we need. The Livier twins are over in Earthenshire right now, having the Potsworn make repairs. I'm told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on a rescue mission as soon as we hear from Thancred. Quana is nervously awaiting the call from Thancred. Thancred must know something by now. Found her. Understood, thank you. I had, but to invoke his name. Thancred followed the Hubigo's boat to its destination, confirmed that they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakul Jajan's minions, I swear I will make them regret this. Amity is in Richleaf tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap in the punity and make our way back down Ihui Katumu. Okay. Well, we are no longer surprised.
Thancred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim their baubles by force.
Oh boy. Oh.
Give it back! Forzenten poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it.
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
Her head gets squashed.
Make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap.
I suppose he can't kill her.
All it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
So why isn't he killing her?
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
Oh.
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
Wow, he actually just went for a headshot.
'Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
Quana's not.
Buddha was sick of it. To keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
I still like there's
You wouldn't want to hit our hostage.
the look on my Catboy's face. Oh my gosh, I'm like suffering major character fantasy.
That one's not to be underestimated.
Yeah. I'm doing the hero stock.
They can do nothing while we have.
Do we cut off an arm? She needs saving. This is hilarious. That's adorable.
Impeccable timing.
My pelvis and my dick.
Amachi, are you all right?
Aye, thanks to you.
Oh my lord. That's terrible. That is a terrible response, Lamity. I'd be slapping her. I'd be like, thank me more, bish.
Weaklings think they can defy us. We'll slaughter the lot of them.
Okay.
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting. No! I won't stop until I
Ooh,
got
I love this music.
feed them their entrails.
Oh, okay. Is this going to be a solo duty?
If we fall here,
Or is this gonna be
our
a
sins
trial?
For nothing. Is that what you want? No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
Wait, what? They teleported out?
Do we give chase?
We head back. Amachi is safe. And that is what matters.
Oh dear. Can I do some white mage for Koana? Can I do some white maging? I'm a white mage. I'm a certified white mage. I wouldn't necessarily white mage in a savage raid, but I'd give it a try. Glad to see you unharmed, Lamati. Someone needs to look after Koana. Oriange, hello? Hello, anyone? That's probably going to come back. Thanks for coming to my rescue, Koana. Yeah. You should be giving him hugs. Or at least, like, shoulder pats. And all of you, too. What? Yeah. Bakul Jaja must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. He's probably losing. I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him, and it cost me a keystone. Jean Tain upended his life so I could accomplish the Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my cause, and I've let him down. So we go kick him in the nuts? Yeah, we go to kick him in the nuts, and we kill him, and we take back what we stole. He stole, I mean. Yes, we'll do exactly that. Next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight on his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Oh, will you? Okay. Because it looked like it was going to be a trial. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Bakul Jaja curse some useless Bune Wasnikofan when he caught sight of us? A reference to Sarilja, I would assume. He is devoted to our brother, and is the only Bonua I know of participating in the rite of succession. If Zoralja was somehow involved in this, I will never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. No. McCool Jaja should face punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had the temerity to abduct Mama T. I shall request that Father send a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe. But I wonder what pushed these people towards a life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. He has seeker eyes, so he's clearly from more seeker genetics. To something to think about. For now, however, the rite continues. I thank you for all your help. It was our pleasure. Bye, Wuklamat. I'm going to join that boy band over there. We should be moving on as well. Are you feeling fit to travel, Wuklamat? You bet I am. Zoral Jaws gained a good hard start, and it's time we clawed back some lost ground. Time to get to the giants. Can we at least open the zone tonight? That is our question. He needs a shoulder rub, Chieko. He does. He needs a Biden sniff, and he needs a shoulder rub, for real. The thing about... I'm going to talk about this, okay? Now, chat, you have to be honest with me, all right? Because everyone clearly knows I have a thing for Catboys, and I am extremely biased, okay? Okay? But we just had this scene where Kwana has saved Wuklamat, and Wuklamat's response to Kwana was like, let's fight the bad guy. And then just now, he reveals his true nature, which is that he deeply is protective of his sister. Now, this could be all a ruse. This could be Final Fantasy XIV fucking with my head, right? But, like, he's just shared his heart about his sister. So either he's faking it all entirely, and Wuklamat's not saying anything and not calling him out, or he's being 100% sincere, and her response is nothing. They don't cut to her. They don't have her give him a fond smile. There's nothing from her. Nothing. This is very bad, in my opinion. We have, you know, Alphino and Alice kind of smiling. We have Crowd looking, you know, like blinking, right? Like everyone's like, huh? Because they don't understand. But Wuklamat should have responded in some kind of way. Right now, all of the chemistry between Wuklamat and Kwana is one way. So either there's something else going on here, or they're failing, like, for all of the amount of text that we're reading, they're failing to adequately show Wuklamat in a better, like, in a more rounded light, in a more detailed and complex light. Kwana is the picture of composure and rationality, except when it comes to matters containing Wuklamat's safety. Far be it from me to fault a brother for being protective, but still. Yeah, Crowd. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? The Wuklamat I once knew would have been inconsolable at the loss of a keystone. This journey and her companionship is doing her a world of good. Well, I'm glad you can see some changes. We need to take that keystone back from Cool Jaja before we arrive at the City of Gold. He will not relinquish it without a fight, though. Yeah, that's okay. Trial time. I will die so many times. Though they share a single body, it's obvious Bakul Jaja has two minds when you see one head calming the other head down. His personalities are as distinct as two individuals could be. I really am sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. Really? Suspicious? When did you know they were suspicious? And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. Yeah, there are some gaps in the writing. Let's just say that. I can see some cracks. Wuklamat. Wuklamat has her sights set on... Oh, this is going to be from the trailer. Okay. Road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to the Yokui. And it's back to the path through the mountain begins. You remember the spot where you're tricked into walking off with Wow Kessa? Yeah. Yeah. Just gonna rub it in my face like just going to rub my face in it like that, eh? Yep. I wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though. You know, trying to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. I would just be saying it because as a sibling who is not afraid to tease other siblings, I would totally say that. Let's follow Ben. And what is Chad up to while we're traveling through here? The moment the power goes off, I'm intimately aware how technology is not keeping me safe and that I'm shamelessly dependent on it. Yeah. I actually wrote a paper in university talking about how technology has skewed our perception about nature. It has made people more reckless when dealing with wild animals. I'm not saying Steve Irwin was one of those, but I'm saying even if Steve Irwin, who lived his life with animals and understood how they behaved, could make a mistake one day and get hurt suddenly without notice, how much more so us who have no understanding of nature? Like, how much more are we also vulnerable to nature? The moment Quana chose the Renegade from Mass Effect option, he literally tried to snipe that dude from stealth. No honorable fight. Yeah, absolutely. I love that kind of shit. Like, you know how we talk about how, like, people sometimes aren't, like, for example, Bakul Jaja. He's supposed to be this bad guy, but he doesn't kill her right away. He stands around monologuing, right? What does Quana do? He's like Emmett Selk. He comes out of nowhere and he just starts shooting people. He's not around to, like, twiddle his thumbs. He's like, I'm here to kill the person that took my sister. Which is hilarious. Fires. Damn, maybe that was a faulty bullet. Fires. Man, let me fire again. If he won, the Lector can verify that he did not obtain a keystone, and if Wuklamat was dead, it's easy to fit the pieces together, then Daddy would probably straight up murder him. Absolutely, yeah. Needs a shoulder rub. Yeah, shoulder rub, and bye, Wuklamat. I'm gonna go be gay with him. Absolutely, Ben. We all know where my interests lie. I always got the feeling she doesn't know how to handle certain types of affection. Well, it's shitty. It's shitty. She's supposed to be a people person and know how to say the right things to people. Now, does she understand where people truly come from? No. She's like Lise, right? She's coming in barreling and not understanding the people out there in the world, right? Remember what Galul Jaja said. She doesn't know the country that she lives in, and we all agreed that's fine because there's lots of people who don't know what country they live in. But what did he specifically say? She knows the people within the capital, and we can actually see that when she's within the capital, she was able to strike up conversation and understand what people needed. Furthermore, this is her brother. This isn't anybody else. So she's either selfish AF or she's being poorly written. And given how they're trying to make her sympathetic, I think that this was a moment that was poorly written. And we can admit when a moment is being poorly written, we can say it's poorly written. It doesn't mean that the rest of the expansion is a complete loss. It just means they failed in this moment to actually show any kind of, like, chemistry between Wuklamat and her brother. There's nothing there. He might as well be toilet paper at this point. World of good, but we can't sense it with the echo. Well, I mean, our echo is more memory, so we'd have to see memories. We don't see emotions. It could be that it's hard to animate Femra faces. They've been doing fairly well leading up to, and they don't even have to animate her full face. They could actually just have her say something more than just what she said, and then in the second part, didn't say at all. They didn't even cut to her to have her say something. Mountain giants are pretty cool. So I come from a family that's Dutch, German, and Scottish/Irish. Okay, so there's a veneer. Okay, when you meet us, there's this veneer of politeness, but within 10 to 15 minutes, shit usually hits the roof. And some people will have more veneer than others. So like myself, I'm a very cool personality in terms of I'm emotionally very distant from my family. So a lot of people, when they meet me, they actually say that I'm very aloof and I'm very difficult to talk to, because if I think you're boring, it's going to be very hard for you to talk to me. And people have talked how like sometimes they're afraid to come and even say hello to me in person because I have this very distancing expression on my face. So it sometimes is surprising for some people when it comes to some of my brothers and myself in particular that like, oh, you really care about your family. And when I speak strongly about my family, people are like, oh, wow, like you really do care about them. So I am definitely understanding how Koana can have these two sides to him. That makes sense to me. That to me is a complex character who has parts of him that are very pragmatic and that are very rational, and then parts of him that are not. And as someone who struggled with accepting her irrational side, her more emotional side, I actually understand that. I understand what it means to repress your emotions because you're trying to get stuff done as an older sister. Remember, I'm the eldest of 10 children. So I know a lot about just getting stuff done and not caring about how you feel about things. But I just feel like that was a missed moment for me. Want to manipulate some emotions out of you, but they couldn't mask the trick. Yeah, I didn't feel any emotion in that. I felt Koana's emotion. I felt like he really cares about Wuklamat. At this point in time, I have no understanding if Wuklamat cares about Koana at all. There's nothing there. No words have left her mouth. Nothing. At this point, as far as I'm concerned, Wuklamat does not care about Koana, which then makes me wonder, is Koana just faking it? Arnval said this path will take us all the way to the Urkapacha Highlands, didn't he? Yes, we'll finally get there. Zoralja will not have been wasting time while we're busy tussling with Bakul Jaja. We need to hurry. These bandits must have been watching us from the moment we stepped off the riverboat. I knew I felt eyes on us. Alice. Good feelings. I couldn't leave without letting Ready Rock know what happened, so I stopped in Earthenshire to say a few words before moving on. And now Aaronville's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? So much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give that smug gleaner a piece of my mind. Koana's secret villain. I worried Wuklamat would agonize over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Onwards and upwards, then. Yeah. She also has faint praises for her other brothers as well. She respects them for what they can do and the fact that they're better than her. But I just don't get any emotional warmth from her toward her brothers. And once again, there's nothing wrong with writing an emotionally cool person. That person's known as Koana. But holy moly. Oh, dear me. To reduce, okay. No, Ben, what one are you going into? I'm just going to choose 2. It's like a domino effect. Okay, 2. Okay. Yeah, I just, once again, I don't want to shit on Wuklamat. I'm just saying this is not Wuklamat's fault, by the way. This is a writer failure. Because if she's supposed to be a warm person who has strong ties to her family and has been stuck in the capital for a long time, I feel like she should be closer with Koana to a certain degree, at least. Like, and be like, oh, my long lost brother, I haven't seen him since he went to Charlayan. she's just very offhand about the whole thing, but he's talking about it like it's this great bond. So this is where I'm confused. Is he lying to himself about the depth of their relationship, or is she just being poorly written? We have to be quite high up by now, which makes me wonder how much higher the summit of Warcore Zormar must be. And if she was emotionally stunted, she wouldn't be referring to Papa as Papa. She would be referring to him as father. She would be distancing herself against her father. But she clearly has a strong, warm relationship with how she talks to Galul Jaja. So once again, I think this is a writing limitation, not an actual character thing. I've never climbed so high before. I'll tell Aaronville off once I catch my breath. The Yokui has a deep connection to the legend of the Golden City. Okay, so we can ask directly. Okay. As I'm sure you've noticed, the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths, drink plenty of water. A few more steps and we'll be in Warlar's Echo. Okay. Or failure production executing the scene? Yeah. It's like a long-time role player trying to roleplay with a deadpan person that never roleplays. Yeah. It could be the director. The director is in charge of the pacing. Yeah, it could be. Once again, I don't want to be shitting personally on people. And I don't want to shit on a character just because a character isn't doing what I want them to do. I'm saying we're talking about consistency, character consistency. She should be much warmer to toward Kuana. But yeah. But anyway. Okay. I am not ending stream here. I'm just going to chill here for a second. I'm going to go and start up a kettle of water. I want to make myself... has been blamed too for the overall quality of the X-Packs. Yeah, clearly Kuana is doing fairly well, I think. Like, I haven't... Yeah, I'll have to pay more attention to that VLX. I honestly... Like, if a character doesn't click with me, I kind of, like, no longer worry about what's going on. You know what I mean? But I do like character consistency. That's what I will say. That's just me. That's just me. But that's not me saying I'm giving up on Wuklamat and I think she's the devil and I never want to see her again. I'm not suggesting that. But I am suggesting that scene I would have tweaked that a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to quickly run everyone to go start up a kettle of water because even though it's super hot and warm out, I want a hot drink. And I know that sounds absolutely insane, but I'm going to go do it. So I'm just going to put this on. What does this do? Does this do anything? I'm going to browse. Wait 1 second, everyone. I recently was moving stuff around, so things have gotten a little bit, how can I say this? Things have gotten a little bit turned around. Okay, I think this is fine. All right, I'm going to mute my mic for a little bit, and I shall be back in 2 ticks. Okay, everyone, I'm back with some hot chocolate in extremely high temperatures. But yeah. Yeah, so VLX is bringing up, as well as other people here, we gotta first off separate three things, right? There are the actors and the actresses, the thespians who are putting their heart into this performance. Then there are the characters themselves, and then there are the people in charge. Now, if you watch behind the scenes of Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, you will know that there are very powerful thespians out there like Sir Ian McClellan and Kate Blanchett, and they can come onto the set and they could suggest things, they could change things, they could do what they want. But as Ian McClellan points out, you have to ask graciously and you have to work with the director. I think a lot of people put a lot of weight and responsibility on top of thespians, expecting these voice actors to somehow know what to do and do it all well. And the reality is there's a reason why there is something called a director in charge. There's a reason why there is voice direction in charge. If you've seen Benedict Cumberbatch doing the voice for Smaug, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You have to craft that voice. And oftentimes, in order to craft that voice, number one, you as a thespian have to, you have to have a sense of the writing and be an analyst in a way yourself. But at the same point in time, you have to take direction from someone. And this is where I think very young voice actors or voice actresses, a lot of these voice people are going to not always get everything right. And if the directors aren't there to nip things in the bud, things can go a bit sideways. So that's one thing. We need to not always go after the thespians, because the thespians, ultimately, it's not their fault. It's the directors and the editors' fault. It's the people who are in charge who need to take responsibility for any jankiness or anything that's going on. Same thing for the characters. We shouldn't be running after Wu Clement and saying, oh, she's a shit character. Well, yes and no. I think her archetype is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with her. It's how is she written? How are they showing that archetype is probably the issue. Okay, now that I've gotten off my soapbox, let's go check everything out. Chilly air. Stout stone construction. If I squint a bit, I might think I was in Ishgard for a moment. I love Ishgard. Everything here is giant-sized, but that structure in the back is on a different scale altogether. A temple of some kind, maybe? I knew the path led here, but I've never set foot in this village myself. Ooh, one place Erinville does not know about. Thank the gods they have an aetheryte. I don't fancy the idea of trudging up that mountain trail a second time. Hello, everyone. Yes, I am back. At the end of the day, none of it matters. Realmar Born at one point made me rage quit the game for a week because of how bad it was at one point. Dawntrail brought that back. This is coming off of Shadowbringers and Endwalker, 2 expansions that really adore. While I don't expect the same story beats, I was hoping the quality remained the same or improve. Yeah. Improve? Maybe. So far, people sound like they are who they are. So on a technical level, I think everything is looking fairly solid. There have been a couple word choices here and there that I thought were a bit odd, but otherwise fairly good. Once again, I have no beef with the archetypes that are being set up. I have no real beef with them. The problem is there's some things where I feel like they could have gone about it a little bit differently in order to make the point stronger and clearer about a particular person or thing. That's all. That's not saying I hate one character or whatever particularly. It means I wish I could enjoy that character better and I would have if they had decided to tackle that character a bit differently by how they acted, behaved, showed their emotions, or spoke. Phew, I think I'm getting used to the air up here. So this is the place from the Lay of Proof where Papa met with the Yokui. Yoki? And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So it is for most Turali. The giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here in their mountain fastness, they tend to the solemn duty they pledged to undertake in their pact with the Dawn Servant. To watch over the Tural Vidral, Valigarmanda, and maintain its prison within their temple. Yes, Wuklamat told us about the Tural Vidral, creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange powers. Auspices, yes. Indeed. Yet even among those anomalies, Valigarmanda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. As you learned in the Lay of Ice, it was Galul Jaja who at last managed to imprison the beast, and it has lain dormant in the temple ever since. It's said the building still bears a gaping hole in the ceiling from when Valigarmanda was lured inside by Galul Jaja's final ploy. I'd like to see the strongest of all Tural Vidral. I wonder what it was like to fight it. Have you heard nothing? Orlar's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time? 2 feats and 1 stone. That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we should flush out Bakul Jaja first so I can beat my keystone out of him. Yeah, let's get the feats over and done with. My Catboy had a distinct. I suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn, and no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. So do you remember how someone in chat said that we never tell Wuklamat off or guide them back on? This is an example where there are a couple examples where we do step in and be like, hey, this is this is us telling her to, eyes on the prize. And no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. Alright, let's seek out the Elector. Then I suggest we pay a visit to Kiriozar the Gracious, or so their temple is called. The Moblins told me that the High Luminary Gerfler is to be found there. If we're to ask someone for information, then he seems a wise choice. That was me. The Giants have my favorite naming scheme in the game. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, there were some new voice actors in Baldur's Gate 3, but the writing and the direction was so strong that just saying the words even coldly would sound good. Yeah, I think people need to understand that, thespians, voice actors are not coming fresh out and are like, oh, we know everything. This is where I do get a little bit upset when people are like, why couldn't they save it? Why couldn't Henry Cavill couldn't save Witcher 3? And that's not me shitting on Henry Cavill. That's me recognizing that an actor or actress has only so much power before things are completely out of their control. Temple guards have been watching us most intently. One does not stroll freely into Valigarmanda's prison, it seems. No shit. While this is certainly an impressive building, it doesn't seem the sort of structure one would build to hold a Tural Vidral. Yeah. We'll need permission to enter the temple, but I expect it won't be a problem for the 3rd promise. Is it taboo to request entrance to the temple, you think? Let's see if I can convince the guards to let us through. I'm Wuklamat, 3rd promise of Tuliolal, and I seek your Elector for the right of succession. May I speak with Gerfurler? Thy luminary has granted admittance to the claimants. You may enter. Ah, that was easier than expected. In we go, then. Yeah, it's the illusion of choice. The illusion of choice, for sure. But the point is, VLX, you remember how I don't know if it was you or if it was someone else was saying, it feels like in this game we're mentoring her, but we're not getting a chance to point her in the right direction. That was, I felt, for me, that was a chance for me to tell her to behave and like get her shit together. So that felt agential for me as a warrior of light. Even if it was an illusionary choice, it still felt agential. I do wonder if Yoshi designed this expansion knowing it would be an election year in the States. Well, they would have started planning this during Endwalker, if I guess correctly, or toward the end of Endwalker. So, I mean, given that presidential elections are coming around, you could argue, well, we'll see. We'll see how the story goes at this point. But anyway, gods, is that? Aye, Valley Garmanda. Oh, wow. That's a lot of ice. Very pretty. We're going to totally have to fight that thing. Welcome. High Luminary Gerfler. He is not here at present. I'm Luminary Zermurwer. Oh my. Okay. Zermurwer. This is the Sky Ruin, Valley Garmanda. It is the Tural Vidral whose name has evoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before Valley Garmanda's tempestuous power. Then the Fire Nation, when the Sky Ruin descended upon Urkopacha 8 decades ago, the casualties are staggering. Had Galul Jajan's companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. How many of them were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then Galul Jaja, 8. Or is that Galul Jaja in the middle? No, that looks like a one-headed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is going to be a trial. Their titanic battle with Valley Garmanda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. As our foe fought on, tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. Thus did the head of reason concoct a desperate plan. Galul Jaja tricked Sky Rune into losing control of its own ice magics, causing the unwitting Tural Vidral to encase itself in frozen ether. How handy. How very handy. And it's been like this ever since. Nice work, Papa. But what happens if the ice ever melts? That same question looms large in our minds, for the magic sustaining this prison grew weaker with each passing year. Oh. Valley Garmanda commands power of fire and lightning and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was the result of those energies slipping free. Ooh. Well, I've been wondering about that storm. That raging tempest from Valley Garmanda? Oh, I've been asking that question for a little while now. Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of proof. Yes, High Luminary, chosen elector of the Dawn Servant, has left me with instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour our forbidding mountains and find the waiting Gerfler. That is to be your challenge. Ah, so the search itself is the feat. I've already spoken with my brothers, I take it. I have. Their expeditions are underway. Then we better pick up the pace. Aye, but we'll need a direction to search him first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. Note the Rogadin? What Rogadin? COVID delayed this a year? Could be a coincidence. Elections happen relatively often anyways. Well, I mean, isn't it a 4-year cycle for American people? Oh, no, I don't remember the Rogadan, but it is what it is. I've encountered many extraordinary creatures in Eorzea and elsewhere, but as long as it has been since I felt such an overwhelming presence, like 1,000 dagger points pricking my skin. As large as the Yokui are, seeking blindly for one in the expanse of these mountains would be an exercise in futility. We need more information. Tyrell Vidrell sounds an awful like the auspices of the Far East. Are they the same thing under a different name, do you think? Yes. But worse. I sense the recent expulsion of a great deal of ether from Balagramanda's prison. The ice will hold for but a few more years, I fear. We're going to make Tyrell great. Trust me, folks. It'll be terrific. We're going to lock up Crooked Jaja. Crooked Jajas. That's what I call it. That's a good one. We're going to build a wall between us and Eorzea. But, sir, there's no land. There's only ocean. Even better. I can't do a Trump voice, but I love people who can. Uklamat. Gods, Valagamanda is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should its prison ever fail, though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. If I was going to give this an early political messaging, Wuklamat would be the liberals, or like the Japanese version of what the liberals are, and the conquering brothers and the bullies would be the Trumpites and the other like more yeah. Because remember that a lot of Japanese news is filtered through CNN, because CNN has like a contract with, so like Japan doesn't fully get the full picture because it's all through one media outlet into Japan. Unless the Japanese person in question has some personal interests and would seek out other information and has the ability to speak English or read it. Their understanding of American politics is actually a little bit skewed. I've encountered many extraordinary creatures in Eorzea and elsewhere. Okay, same thing. Onward. But I think attempting a political reading at this point would be a mistake because we don't know how things are going to turn out. So once again, that's a quick and dirty assessment, but I would not hold to that assessment knowing Final Fantasy usually goes beyond that. So I think trying to read politics into it is a bit dangerous, but we shall see. We'll build a seawall with magic, and we're going to have the best ships in the business, people. Trust me. They'll be very, very, very good ships, and we'll get Garlemald to pay for it. Yes, anti-war sentiment is a massive thing, VLX. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I'm rolling. I need to try to write Trump's Adventures on Aetheris. You should. Has anyone seen the AI presidents playing Final Fantasy? Obama like knows all the lore, and Trump said like Sleepy Joe is in Balmung all the time, and Trump is like super horny and just wants to hit things. He plays like a warrior. It's hilarious. The AI presidents playing Final Fantasy is hilarious. I think there are some modern Japanese social politics at play that Westerners can see in this story, but as a Westerner, marketing would dictate it is not coincidence, you know? I think there are modern Japanese social politics at play. Yeah. I also think we do need to be careful. I think it's good to question why the US. There is an American centrism that is often evident on the internet, where it's always feels like it's revolving about what Americans think or what Americans are doing. And as a Canadian, I find that sometimes a bit annoying. it's slightly true that America has, well, it's not slightly true, it's extremely true that America has a huge impact on Canada specifically and also on the world, but there are other things that are also impacting America as well. So it's not as one-sided as people would want to believe, you know? So sometimes the rhetoric that surrounds that situation is a bit unfortunate, but it is very interesting. Oddly enough, I was talking with one of my Japanese friends the other day. So I have a friend who is along, like, I'm fairly certain they're basically a Canadian citizen at this point, but they were born in and grew up in for a large portion of their life in Japan. And they shared with me some concerns about Japanese culture being erased. And I just sat and listened to them. I felt sad for them, but like, I'm a Canadian. They recently had gone home to see their aging mother, and I guess they saw extreme transformation of their hometown and felt like it was just eradicating the Japaneseness. And as someone who had seen that happening in China when I was living in China, I felt like I understood what he was talking about, but at the same point in time, like, I'm not Japanese, like I can't speak for anything, so I just sat and I just nodded. Eagle screeches from Epic. It's called chauvinism, and I agree it's very annoying coming from Americans, even as an American living here. Likely a permanent resident. It's extremely true that America has impact, okay? If I want to, definitely, I would say, for example, America impacts Canada every single day. Yeah, it's very possible because Canada is super open to people having 2 passports at the same time. Canada's bends over backwards. Okay. As we've just been informed, the feat of proof requires us to seek the high luminary Griffer somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume the challenge precludes the Yokui from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask that you pay close attention while attempting to divine Griffer's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us precise location, there may be clues hidden within their words. Such is my theory. Anyway, let us see what we can discover. Yes, the aging population is a problem, so they're bringing in more immigrants to work, and I think no one would really have an issue with immigration if it didn't mean that many of them bring their culture and their grudges and everything else with them. And I've seen the effect that happens when people don't leave their country politics behind. Let's just say I went to a high school for a year, and I saw a lot of teenagers spouting rhetoric from their parents that was gross and disgusting. And I saw people getting bullied because of their specific racial background that they had no control over. It wasn't great. Yeah. The High Luminary? No, I've not seen him today. Now, let me ask you a question. This brawl came out of the temple earlier. Is that really the third promise? She seems rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed the mighty Galul Jaja? Good question. Good question. I totally get why so many people are drawn to Japan. Something so other to us Westerners and has preserved its mystique. Well, somewhat lol. A big break from the global monoculture. Yeah, except now the monoculture has finally arrived at its door. And they got to figure out how they're going to tackle it without being xenophobic. It's going to be rough. From what I've heard of them so far, the Yokui seem like a gentle and reserved people. And then at the same point in time, when people try to preserve Japanese culture in a respectful kind of way, they're accused of being culturally appropriative. It's just a mess. It's just a real mess. I finish asking around, we can meet back where we started. Okay. Grass is greener on the other side. Maybe, yeah. Definitely for Canadians, because the rent over there is not as bad as it's over here right now. Yeah, or they're just carrying racism with them. They're bringing their racism into our country. It's like, please leave it at the door. Please, for the love of God. Teens also shoot off at the mouth, so we can't fully judge them, but usually they're repeating stuff that they hear at home. It's not always, particularly certain teens. That's all I'm going to say. Asking after the High Luminary as well, are you? I know not where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He is a great man with a deep reverence for our traditions. These glyphs we carve for one, he affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are records of lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into the stone, that the story of our meeting may endure for untold turnings of the sun. If you're curious about our ways, then I bid you visit Proof to the northwest of here. It is one of our grave sites. Huh. So maybe these are the people who first started the whole carve up everything. Grow corn here too. It's common crop wherever you go, including up north in Zacturol. Tuliolalan. No, you are from farther away than that, I think. As for the High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He is warder of the Sky Rune, also keeper of the sepulchres, and his duty often takes him outside the village. Oh, they were talking about grave sites earlier. Yeah. It's true that people do sometimes like romanticize living in a foreign country. That does happen. But usually, like I've seen Americans melt down after spending 2 weeks in China and realizing that they can't go home for a little while. Their culture shock is real. I didn't have culture shock when I was in China. Don't ask me why. I felt very at home there. I didn't miss my family. I didn't actually try to get in touch with my parents. I think I told them that I had arrived, and then I didn't send any word for, I want to say, 3 weeks, and my mom thought something had happened. And then finally I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I gotta talk to my parents and let them know that I'm okay, that things are going fine. So sometimes I wouldn't talk to my parents for a long period of time. I was just having not necessarily a blast, but I was definitely caught up in another life. Okay, so this is a catboy here with an A tier, B tier tail. Not completely a loss. I love this outfit on Catboys. Anytime you show Catboy tummy, it's always good. Black hair, very nice. Adventure plate? Oh my Lanta. I think this is played by a bro. This is giving me straight bro vibes. This is not totally giving me gay bro vibes, but definitely a bro. More fetishizing than romanticizing? Some people might be fetishizing, but to use that word is very negative, VLX. I don't want to attribute negativity to people unless for sure I know it's a thing. Japan certainly has issues. I'm just saying I don't think it's merely a psychological thing. Yeah. Well, let's see what we got here. Are we going to get a voiced cutscene? Probably not. Ooh, look at that moon. Let's go up there. Let's hang out with the Loporits for a bit. Was anyone able to coax forth a definite location for the High Luminary? No. As expected, what then of dues or other hints that might point us in the right direction? Gerferler is also charged with keeping the graves. Oh. As did I. The Yokui's sepulchres appear to hold a special significance in their culture. But would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter into their burial grounds? We were kind of invited? Proof, you say, and he encouraged you to visit this place yourself? Then let's go and take a look. Even if we don't find Gerferler there, it will give us the chance to learn more about the Yokui. That's a good attitude, Wuklamat. Gravesite is somewhat northwest of here. Well, we can leave from that side of the village for a start, shall we? Nodding. You should have closed their borders to streamers. True and real. Yeah. They don't even have nomad life like passports, and they still get effed up. They need to put their foot down as a whole. We got Thor, Garhorler. The others have gone on ahead to Proof, following the trail west. There are sharp drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. I thought to get my bearings from up here first so I don't tumble off a cliff. Why don't you try catching up to Aaronville? He should be able to point you in the right direction. You sure you're okay, Kyle? I can throw you in my backpack. No? Is that strong? Okay, I'll leave you strong woman to your own fate. I actually kind of like the steep cliffy stuff. I covered a thing about I teach ESL. In one of the lessons there was a whole thing on adventuring or like going out in the wilds and stuff, and I recall finding a video on YouTube about this like cave thing that is like, sorry, not cave. It's like a cliff road that has very few railings and you can like plunge to your death. It's like a whole thing. It's like a whole thing. I love that kind of shit. Now I hate heights, don't get me wrong. I will get woozy. I would never go near there. It's not quite mountain climbing, but these steep slopes are exhausting enough. But it's nice, like, they're doing a nod to how steep and like, dangerous the, I get lost. This is what happens when I don't... Okay, no, you know what? My gut instinct was fine. My gut instinct was fine. I get lost all the time. Chap knows. Chap who suffered watching me play Elden Ring understands how bad things could get for me. Do you remember everyone me trying to find that one place in the Caelid, in the Scarlet Rot area? And I kept going left or right or whatever, and chat's like, that's not the road. These have the look of homes rather than graves, but 'twould seem long years have passed since anyone residing lived there. Oh yeah, that's a mountain rune. Okay. Oh, lava. VLX, what part of China did you stay at, and did you speak the language? Yes. I stayed in Xi'an in the Shanxi province. And I lived there for 9 years. So, of course, as soon as I landed, I got language lessons. And Epic and Ben are so supportive. So yes, I do have a little bit of 普通话，我会说中文，但是我的标准，no， 我的声调不标准。Yeah. Take a look at this crater. There's no wood, no trees, not even dry grass, and yet the ground still burns. It's lava. This must be one of the scars left by Valigarmanda's rampage, as told by the saga. Skyrune's fires are described as eternal, flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time. Here I thought it was a literary embellishment. Oh, this was made by Valigarmanda. Fascinating. Time to pour some water in there, make a nice little hot sauna. Ah, but now I've lost sight of Wuklamat. Proof is northwest along the main road, so hopefully she's still heading the right way. A world you cannot experience alone. Is that what her journey with the Dawn Servant showed her? Something that I too might find? Interesting. I think he's talking about his mentor here. I have this whole thing about Erenville's past. This detail, keep in mind. Yeah. I have a hot tub in my FC room. I have a hot tub outside. I feel like Erenville's mentor sent him out, and she went with Dawn Servant somewhere. And Valigarmanda produces Eternal Flame. Okay. I'll keep that in mind, chat. I'll keep that in mind. Eternal Flame. Alright. Eternal Flame. What happens if you touch the fire? So you'll, like, be burning until you did, and that's it? Is it kind of like that black fire that Itachi had? Amaterasu, yeah. Okay, Eternal Flame. Amaterasu. The Black Flames. Yeah. I love night theme music in this game. Oh, there's an aether current here. So kind of been to point this out. I have not been searching for aether currents, but I will. I feel like I don't know when I'm going to end tonight, but I'm feeling positive. I'm feeling amped up. I'm feeling like I'm getting into the story. Maybe chat will abandon me, but I kind of want to keep pressing forward until it feels right to stop. I don't have a true MSQ curator, but I'm sure Ben will you know, patient gravekeeper. You have come. I just love this music. I love it. Wuklamat. Hey, Wuklamat wins again. Looks like everyone is here now, so... Greetings, friend. Are you Gerfler? No, I'm not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepulchres to those who came in search of him. Oh, so we are meant to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who is buried here? No one is buried here in the sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flames, then scatter its ashes across the peaks. Ooh, cremation. Alrighty. Cremation. However, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. This is why we build our sepulchres before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves into the living chronicle for all eternity. I like this idea. I would actually float with this. Choose your own gravestone, decide what you want to put on it. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he lives within me even now. How nice. Up there stands my own sepulcher. Yeah, that's great. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave glyphs in the same manner my friend does in mine. Has it always been thus for your people, this conception of existence and death? Continue along this path to the indelible passage. Behold the history upon its walls, and you may find the answers to your questions. Then that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to know more. I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so, I remain in your hearts also. Will we, though? Will you, though? It's really cool you stayed in China for 9 years. Just wondering how difficult a time it would be for a foreigner that doesn't know the language. In certain cities, you probably could get away with not speaking Chinese. Like, I'm sure if you lived in Beijing or Shanghai, you could get away with not speaking Chinese at all. Hong Kong, particularly, of course. Living in a city like Xi'an, I would recommend it for sure. Absolutely. Why not, right? Especially if you're going to live there for like a decade. Why not? Just go for it. I went for it. I wanted to speak with people in their own tongue. I saw no reason why I couldn't learn. The lessons came free with my teaching contract. Why wouldn't I take advantage of that? And it helped open up other doors, and it was very helpful for me, honestly. And learning Chinese is not that bad. I think the toughest part would be the tones, but the actual grammar is not a big deal. And of course, like, learning vocabulary, it's also not terrible if you live there because you're using it all the time. So I loved my time there. It was not bad at all. Oh, I'm close to the next dungeon. Okay. Here lies Epic, complete badass who never took shit from anyone, was always cool. That would be on my memory stone. Memory eternal as an exclamation for our funeral tradition, so I'm quite warm to the idea as well. Wow, Vic, that is so cool. That is so interesting. I love that. That's cool. So chat, I want everyone in chat who's still here to write down what would go on their gravestone for real. I'd want to put something down about my creativity and my dreams. And I want to put down something about my life of travels. And yeah, I think I'd want to put stuff like that down. Stream homework. LOL. Will this affect my grade? Yes. I mean, no. I mean, okay. Crow. To not only be remembered, but to live on inside the hearts of others. If it is possible, then grandfather surely lives on inside mine. 'Tis a comforting thought. Yeah, that is a comforting thought. Look at these splendid murals. They appear to depict 4 different scenes. Well, we'll look at them. Get the feeling they were expecting us. I've never spoken with a Yokui before and have no idea why they held such a philosophy on life and death. Oh, here we go. Oh, yes. Here we go. Are these the ones that Jesse Cox saw? Been waiting for you. I'm just seeing one. I'm just seeing two murals. Where's number 4? Oh, over here. There's another one. There's another one over here. I'm only seeing 3 murals. Okay, well, we'll find out. I'd like an Egyptian-style obelisk. Wasn't parts of Alamigo kind of Egyptian-like with the upside-down pyramid? And Ralgar's Reach is definitely Petra. Hello, a fellow we met at Proof, but Petra is not Egyptian, to be very clear. It's Jordanian. Hello, a fellow we met at Proof suggested that we come here. Yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chroniclers of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teachings of the murals from generation to generation. 1, 2, 3. I'm only seeing 3. They really are magnificent, and together they tell the tale of your people's history. They are the events which shape us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way. Please, we would love to hear all about it. Then I will begin. This first mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago. Okay. An age of great prosperity for the Yokui. Okay, let's see what we got here. What am I looking at? Blessed with size and strength unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Dawntrail under their domination. So you have the center character here with bands and things. And then you have smaller creatures or things around them. What's above it? Is it probably the mountain? The very tall mountain at the back? Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northwards, seeking to expand their territory and power. Okay. Here we see the expedition to Zaktural. Okay, so this would be Aaronville's place. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set to building a bridge to the northern lands, a grand labor which consumed the greater part of a century. Okay, so we got a big hammer here. Is this Ralgar? Ralgar had a hammer. Is this the bridge in the middle, maybe? There's animals and people here. And these are clearly their people. Yokui. Okay, let's keep going. Zorgor the Boundless. We still make use of that bridge in Tulialal for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete a work of that scale. But I've never heard of any Yokui living in Zaktural. What happened to the ones who went north? Look upon this next mural, and behold the answer. Solution 9. Scenes suggest that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion? Oh, yeah, this gotta be Solution 9, right? There's an eye with tears. There's people lying down. People lying down. Maybe, you know, like how they have, like, in the pre-thing, there was about, like, soul warping or whatever. Maybe these people are are being soul warped to wherever it is they're going. These people look like they're underneath eyes that are crying tears. So are they praying to a primal, or is this, I don't know, this looks very black, so this could be like the purple. This has a purple and black thing similar to what we saw in some of those zones. So this is probably related to whatever is going on with Solution 9. A foe unnamed and unseen. Asians? Question mark. When the expedition pushed forth into Dawntrail those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by a disease. Some terrible illness. Okay, so these are the people lying down here. Okay. No violent plague or newly arisen blight. For the local Tanawauta and Shatona, it was but a mild affliction of the sort that comes with the turning of the seasons. What manifested for them as slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to our people. Coronavirus! Out of every 10 Yokui who joined that northern campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to sire offspring. Oh, it was some kind of radiation? I've heard of this before. Lacking an inherent resistance, visitors to distant lands can fall deathly ill to diseases a local might shrug off. Okay, so this is completely natural. But still, that's still odd. These events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation rather than burial of mortal remains. Yeah, to lower the spread of whatever. This final mural depicts the return of her grieving brethren to Urkopacha. Okay. The reason they first left, why they fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times, when our forebears learned they shared the continent with peoples unalike to us in appearance or custom. They feared invasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Yet as they fought on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster in Dawntrail and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned had been ours for the taking all along. It was here in the place which birthed us, here in the stones upon which we recorded our days, here in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict. When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes. And so we return to the present. I trust you found this brief history of our people enlightening. I'm always glad to learn more about my fellow Trolley, how you've lived up until now, and how you wish to live from now on. Then I believe you're ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit of Warkor Zormor. Had a feeling we'd end up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the name. Follow the trail south of here to begin your ascent. But be wary, beyond the entryway, the mountainside is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise. We keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning and the lesson. Finally, we know where we are going. To the top of Warkor Zormor. Dungeon time! Better get a Gilgamesh Hildebrand fight on that bridge. Love me some world building. Primal or Auspice. The snake motif is something to note. Moronka Serpent cometh. Hey Chiyoko, I hope you're having another wonderful day. I am indeed, R.A. I got some writing done. Hope you got some writing done, perhaps? Got through a difficult kind of scene. Your genuine interest in our history is refreshing. Got some writing done today. Checked in with my one client and then realized no movement has been made on the project. So now I'm just writing my own stuff. Something I noticed a lot in Dawntrail is the presence of a snake with a hand on each end, which is distinctly Aztec imagery, I believe. Not sure what it means, though. Maybe some kind of dualistic tension. You're using trust? Probably. Two-headed snake in Aztec imagery represents dualism, renewal, and transformation, social harmony. So in... I remember watching some Grant Hancock, And in one of his documentaries, he went to Angkor Wat, I believe, and they had this great serpent that the forces of good and evil were pulling on. And the whole point is the serpent itself isn't evil or good. It represents the balance of the forces of good and evil in the cosmos, and from that is churned the Milky Way itself. It's called the churning of the wheel, churning of the something. But anyway, the idea is that the cosmos, like, duality is part of the cosmos. You can't have light without darkness. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have a bit of both. It's you can't avoid it. Aether current west? What? Where is he? Oh, right. Sorry. Ben, I'm kind of got tunnel vision. A visual or ornamental motif, yeah. But it's super cool though. If I'd known we'd be climbing Workhorse Armor, I might not have raced up and down all those trails. My feet are killing me. Yeah, exactly, VLX. Exactly, yeah. I'll get it later, yes. This thin mountain air is going to be the death of me. Okay. How long you've been standing there? I was just taking in the scenery is all. Come on. We don't want to fall too far behind Alphino and the others. Okay, girl. I tend to get tunnel vision at times. When I'm really enjoying the story, I can't stop. It happened to me in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. I actually never completed Nier raids and Eden raids until I finished Endwalker. I think I didn't even finish Wurlit before I went into Endwalker. There was so much I did not get done before I went into Endwalker. I just went right in. Fear, I won't be as much used to as a guide past this point. Even in Tulialal, there's precious little written about the sacred peak of Workhorse Armor, beyond whimsical poetry, that is. I cast a rejuvenating spell in Wuklamat. Even our indomitable third promise is feeling the strain of these slopes. Oh, is she? The true size of a mountain is never more apparent than when you're standing right at its foot. Yeah. I hope we come across Bakul Jaja on our way to the summit. We still owe him for the troubles he caused us in Kozama Uka. Oh yes, the mountain's right there. Oh, this is exciting. Okay. Remember how the chronicler was saying that the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace? Occurs to me that if Zoralja is attempting the feat of proof, then you will have heard that same lesson. I can only hope that it's made him reconsider his own stance on educating people through war. That might be a bit of a stretch. I can see echoes of Japanese belief, because what few people understand is that in the 1800s, Japan was courted by various Western countries, but it had a very fearful stance toward everyone who was coming in. The only people who were allowed to trade within very restricted regions were the Dutch. And the Americans didn't like that, and the Americans went over there and behaved like complete shitheads, both to Japan and what we call today South Korea. And I think that did set the tone for Japan opening between whatever was going on with China attempting to invade them at one point, and then we had Americans forcing open the border. I definitely think Japan became very aware that if it didn't seize the day, it would get steamrolled. And what happened because of out of fear, and out of a desire to somehow stay alive, right? They got themselves hooked into rhetoric, into imperial rhetoric, and this basically eventually led to World War II. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that during World War I, Japan was technically helping the Allies by keeping tabs on China, because China was making overtures to Germany during World War I. And there was a lot of talk about whether China would join on the side of the, the Germans during World War I, which was a huge concern. Unfortunately, Japan went down that road, and it just was horrific for everyone involved. And then World War II happened. And so I think Japanese people who understand their history and have allowed themselves to be educated on the whole thing, I think understand the dangers of what fear can make a country do when they lash out and they try to protect themselves. So this pro-peace rhetoric and this rhetoric around this kind of belief and conviction around like not being so harmfully defensive is definitely, this is a Japanese cultural moment right here, which I don't know if a lot of Westerners are aware of these beliefs and thoughts and ideals that are heavily inculcated in some ways into the Japanese people. But at the same point in time, Japan has also scrubbed its history books, and so there are also Japanese people who have no idea of what they did leading up to World War II, so they don't understand why the bombs happened as well. I actually met someone on Skype who was like that, and they didn't know about Pearl Harbor. They didn't know anything. It was really horrific and sad. But this is clearly touching on Japanese thought, political thought, for sure.
God, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
Farther. Komar. Tuliorlu. Korogar.
Oh, okay, so that's fun.
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit.
Thank you.
You are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul Jaja like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tura's overlords.
Oh boy.
The giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted.
Take care, Vic.
They realized could be had right here.
Justifications.
Rest well.
The craven.
Thanks for hanging.
They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy.
So this is one of the last holdouts kind of people.
Reclaim
The glory of our people. I will say, even though speaking slow is like, okay.
Ascension begins with the death of
Oh, so they're targeting the third promise. That's hilarious. Okay.
Stop! I don't want to fight you.
men die on your knees. Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here! Your neck will be the first I snap this day!
That's right.
Hey, bro. You okay there? I like the armor. I like the armor. The armor on the big creature, on the Yokhui. That was probably going to be a dungeon boss. The armor on the Yokhui is kind of cool. It's very, like, conquistadorian? Can we say that? It's very cool, the way that there's, like, the grates over the eyes.
Do you help us?
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening. I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends.
See, this is what I'm talking about! She's looking at him with warmth! She's saying,
How is he?
I want to be friends! This is all I'm asking! Oh my lord.
Way to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Woko Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
Wait a minute, who's gonna be healing us?
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Grifurlor is waiting.
Oh, Alice? No heals, go balls to the walls. Yeah, I'm a healer. I do it, but I usually prefer to run a dungeon as a DPS first. Let's see who's healing. Okay, so there's a debt. Okay, so it's not Aaronville. Wait a minute, we're literally trusting Alizé to heal us? Oh boy. Oh Lord. She is supposed to heal us. How? What? I reject that. I do not like this at all. I actually do not like this at all. If I was literally picking, I'd be Alizé, you stay behind and give this bro a little bit of heals. You got 2, I'm taking Alphino. This is bullshit. That's bullshit. I don't care. I've leveled Red Mage. I know we got Vercure and Verheal. That's absolute 110%. I would literally go into this I am going into this dungeon with 0 confidence. Oh, this is a very beautiful dungeon though. If it has tricky mechanics, then I prefer not to play with other real people. I like figuring things out on my own, especially with real players. You'll handle the healing, will you? Wilden. Less mana on NPCs? Yeah, that's what I'm depending on. That's what I'm exactly depending on. Ever since halfway through Shadowbringers, I've taken to doing trusts first time through. I can go at my pace. I don't have to worry about the tank skipping the cutscenes or any kind of extra thing. I can go at my own pace. I can have fun with the characters. Yeah. the dead ends in Endwalker, I actually didn't run it with real human people for the first, I want to say, 3 times I ran it, and I think as a healer, I didn't run it for a little while. Like, I just wouldn't run heal on the roulette out of fear that I would get the dead ends as a white mage. Because I love healing, but there's a lot of responsibility being a good healer. If the tank wants to do wall to wall, you gotta know your shit. It takes a little practice to get used to, like, doing it properly. So. And even then, when I go in the first time with real humans, I always tell them, hey, this is my first time running. Because, yeah, it just helps adjust expectations. You say that, VLX, but as people pointed out in some folks pointed out in chat, I was missing mechanics that some folks thought I should get the first time around, and that kind of pressure does not. I don't react well to that kind of pressure. I prefer to learn at my own pace and not make other people's play, you know, incredibly annoying. Okay, let's get into it. People always talk about the learning experience until they're with a slow learner, and then it's like, oh my gosh, what a drag. Why can't they learn? Why can't they get it? Oh. Ooh, wait. Which one's going first? Wait a minute. Nope. I died on that one. Okay. Shortcut? I think I ran in too soon. Let's try it. Yep. I was standing on overlap VLX, so I think I got double AoE. Because I ran forward. Okay. I want Graha with me. Graha and Y'shtola. Hashtag dependable. Okay. I know. Okay, which one is going first? He's touching those two. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so far Kryl, and now say approved reliable.
On your feet.
You know, Xenosys Specs is kind of right. They one-shot? Yeah, they one-shot me. They do one-shot. I probably did have a Vuln stack, and also my gear is not great. It's only 650. And this is like what? What is this in terms of like the MSQ? It's probably, yeah, 93, but I thought it might hold okay, but maybe not. The black mages need to know the safe spot always. Yeah. Yeah. Yashola is usually really reliable. Second dungeon. Yeah, I got the second dungeon out theory. Welcome back. I'm gonna see if I can clear it with less death. Now the first dungeon I didn't die at all. Second dungeon, so far 1 death. We're gonna keep count. I love the atmosphere of this dungeon. It's so pretty. I like the music in here as well. Oh, Zorolja. Oh. Oh, dear me. Okay. Wow. This dungeon has some height stuff going on. They're really leaning into the graphics for this one. Oh, just treasure coffer to treasure coffer. Okay.
I'll handle the healing.
Let's go up here. Let's go up here. Or not. Okay. Down here.
I'll handle the healing. I'll handle the healing. Try this. I have you now.
Yeah, I'll put that on them. Helping the tank out a little bit. Or no, she needs it. Well, I guess now we have in-game recognition that you don't need a healer to run a dungeon. Literally. Healers molding. Ooh, carried on an updraft. Did you do Aloe Island variant dungeon? No, I only did one. I've only done one of them. I thought I would wait to open them up with party and do them with my sister. Oh. Oops. Hashtag failure. Uh-oh. Did I miss it? Oh, I did. Yeah, I'll keep it for myself. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh shit. You hear me, Allison? Why isn't Alice doing the limit break? Oh. She usually would. Yeah, she usually would, but she can't now because she's healing. That's hilarious. That's funny. It's funny AF. She can't use limit break now because she's a red mage healing a dungeon. Everyone, Chieko, did you have any issue with Dawntrail? No, just the part where, you know, a red mage was healing for a dungeon because we couldn't do something as simple as make the story so that, you know, Alphino was doing it. Yes. Ooh, I don't want to use my Phoenix at this stage. I'll do it on the next pack. Red Mage Superiority. Should run Aloe Aloe. Good Lauren variants. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I played one of them. Trusts can seem consider more effective than last I used them. Yeah, I relied on them a lot. Who can solo the whole dungeon? She's a warrior. That is true and real, Alex.
I'll handle the healing.
Wrong button.
Now I'll show you. Back off.
Oh, we're really getting up there. Oh my Lanta, this is making me woozy. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm just hyper focusing here.
You're mine.
It's weird. This is just like in the trailer, chat. Oh, we gotta fight this person. Having a fear of heights, someone over it. Yeah, I'd be clinging to my mount every time we went up. Dawn's Elector, Grifurler. Oh, so we gotta beat this guy. Interesting.
I am Gurfurur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested.
Okay. Alright, testing. Commencing now.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
What is going on over there?
Chronicles of End. Return the hunger of roiling waters. Chronicles of End. Recount the fury of erupting beaks. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Wait a minute. You're supposed to catch these? Oops. Okay.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury.
Yeah, I got the power of the Phoenix. Oh, this is the new one.
Chronicles of End. Record the cruelty of merciless storms.
Oh, I died again. Okay, don't touch the boss. This boss felt a bit too gentle with its mechanics for me the first time. The vibe was so exhilarating story-wise, though, as if things were truly escalating for the party. Yeah, well, it might be gentle for you, Theory, but not for everyone on this planet, apparently. Yeah, I found that out the hard way, Wooly. So I probably should keep my Surecast for the second one, not for the first one. I used my Surecast on the first one, if you didn't notice. Congrats. Yeah, I'm not gonna use Surecast on the first one. The first one was easier to dodge. Second one I should have kept it for that, but I didn't know because I didn't look ahead. Just finishing my hot chocolate. Two deaths. I'm still doing better than I did in Endwalker. So I have improved as a player. I died a lot in Dead Ends. Holy moly, that thing had me going crazy at one point. Okay. Which one is this one? Okay, this is the power. Oh, okay, this is the square one. So you gotta stand out here. And stand over here. Okay, so this one was the wind one blowing in the one direction. Yes. Okay, make sure you don't touch the edge.
I will take the measure of your resolve.
Oh, look at that. My Phoenix actually did help there.
Strength of the mountain, be mine.
Okay. Now I know about this.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury.
Hold still.
Okay, I think this is the Surecast one. Okay, so I do not do the first time.
Recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
Did my rotation go to shit? Yes. Did I not die? Oh, now we're going to be doing layers. Oh, that's fantastic. What does Alex say? Okay. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh no. And I'm dead. Oh, fuck me! Ah! Oh! No. No thank you, Theory. I know exactly what I did. No, I tried a limit break, so I was stuck. So I was doing the limit break, and because there's like a casting period for the limit break, you notice I just lost my 2-bar limit break because I was trying to cast it, and my sure cast didn't pop fast enough, and I couldn't run to the middle fast enough because the limit break had like a mild lag. So that's all that happened. Do I have a dash? No. There is no movement on a summoner. Not like a black mage. Technically, black mage has a bit more movement in terms of having a dash and other like things like going back to and fro. You'd be like, yeah, I got, because I knew I made a mistake. Like as soon as I went for the LB right there, I was like, I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. It is what it is. Just tells you, don't greed.
You are worthy to rule.
I shouldn't have done it.
Chronicles of Air, return the hunger of roiling waters.
Let's give them a show. Try this.
Chronicles of Air, recount the fury of erupting beaks. I will take the measure of your resolve.
I'll handle the healer.
Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine! Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury. Chronicles of Hell, recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
If you're playing a job with a dash, you can use it immediately after counterback to counter it. Third time? Fourth time, Theory, clearly. I hit that one, I hit the tornado. So the third time that I died had nothing whatsoever to do with the tornado. It had everything to do with me pushing that. This time, however, it had to do with the tornado. I have one movement ability under Ifrit, yeah. But it can only be toward the boss.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
It's not toward anybody else, just the boss. So that's not very helpful, sadly. Brain dead class. Super fail.
Chronicles of Eld. Recount the fury of erupting peaks.
I wonder if I'll start molding like I did in Elden Ring. For now.
Chronicles of Eld. Return the hunger of roiling waters. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Oh, wrong. Fuck me. Bad, bad. Bad. I can't cast with Ifrit while on the move.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. I'm gonna try it from a different angle.
Chronicles of Eld, recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
Okay. Well, I got the sure cast for the second time around now, since I didn't use sure cast for that one. I can use it for the second loop around. Can I survive this next bout? Super. No utter failures yet. I'm gonna do it now. Better now than never. See, it locks me in animation for a long time. Okay, I'm gonna let myself push back for this one. And then the next time, I cast it. Okay. Right. I'm gonna do it. Finally. Then I'm gonna like friggin' die right here. Will just be my fucking luck. Oh. Oh man. Fourth time's the charm. Yeah. Yeah. And this is why I'm saying, like, let's say I was playing with real people, right? Let's say I was playing with real people. Technically I would have died 4 times fighting this boss, which, you know, if you're running with a bunch of friends, it's not a big deal, really. But there are people out there who are like, why didn't you get that the second time around? And it's kind of, that's where the stress, I think, comes from. Once again, I don't think people should, like, expect people to shut up and not try to, you know, help them out, you know? But, yeah, you did better than me, Cryle, technically. But yeah, I think it can be, if you're like me, who's a perfectionist and feels terrible when she doesn't do well at something, this kind of stuff can be extremely, can mess with you a bit. If you, but at least now I know, so when I go into a dungeon with actual people, I will hopefully die less. Hopefully. Yeah. You could totally tell that I was getting mad at myself. It's different if you're playing Black Mage or if you're doing tanking or whatever. I feel like it's okay if you fail because you're playing something difficult. I'm playing something brain dead.
Very good, Claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
Oh.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition. The one recorded in your murals.
Unknown disease.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
Is the Golden City in the north?
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
Yes, Wooly, it does. And in fact, you missed a part, Wooly, where they spoke their own language. Not English.
Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
That's me right there.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Here and now, I think he means.
They get an actual healer in their fucking dungeon. They get fucking Uriage. I want to be part of the boys group. I was stuck with a bunch of females in the dungeon. Obviously, they probably had 0 deaths. Or did he fail? Did the little machinist boy fail? No, he probably had 0 deaths. Warrior of Light, 4 deaths.
For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof, you both shall be rewarded.
Juana's like, good work, Warrior of Light. Me, awkward. Isn't the Warrior of Light so powerful? Dies 4 times in dungeon. Oh, wait a minute. I died. How many times? I died 4 times to the main boss, but I died 2 times before that. So I died 6 times in this dungeon. No one's counting except me, obviously.
3 to go.
3 to go. Yes. We've got 4 now. We've done well, chat. We've done well. I powered.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve.
Maybe he wants to get alone with this bro and then he's gonna kill him.
On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Boy asking important questions here.
Yes, it is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
He'll boot you right off this mountain.
Right. Sorry.
Told.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Well, that actually would make sense now. Since they pre-make their graves. That makes sense. Great job on the John. Well, thank you, Theory.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda. Your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenram? the Laminsan explorer. Does this mean he joined Galul Jaja on his travels?
Probably the Rogadin.
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
Oh, is that someone related to his people?
Was unheard
Slash mentor?
leaving sepulchres for those who were not Yokui. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of resolve and reason? Champion of peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magic.
They're all taking away their own parts from the story. That's hilarious.
Martial skill and clever thinking.
No shit. He has 2 heads.
I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
Gather friends. I mean, this is the obvious answer. Hello, he loved peace. But is love of peace enough, though? You gotta run a country, too. Like, you can't just want peace. You got nuts and bolts as well.
Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me.
Maybe they should have 3 rulers. They should have all 3 of them.
To preserve the peaceful Tural
A triumvirate. Oh boy. Kwana's like, uh-huh. Oh. He's waking up now. Valigarmanda's waking up.
What the hell's was that?
Valigarmanda. He's waking up now.
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately.
Yeah?
Valigarmanda has broken free.
No! Oh no,
I presume
chat!
that was about the unholy sound?
Who would have thunk it? Can we go into a trust with Kwana?
We need to get back there. Now!
Oh boy. Hmm.
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
This enemy is one of the many reasons why I think Yoshi was inspired by Elden Ring. This boss is using moves in the opening stance in the intro somatic from Godfrey's second phase. Oh, I had no idea, but that's kind of cool. Forget which giant, but one of these giants is the same VA as Kona. Really? Kwana? Gatorade. You have no melee. Wait, neither did your team. Keck scrub. Wool's real power is plot armor for real VLX, especially when it's me, right? I did say I wanted to see the Scions work against each other, and this is kind of like that. Kind of. But they're clearly circumventing really bad feelings by have Kwana loving his sister and not really wanting her, like, severe harm. Great job on the dungeon. Enjoy your continuing journey. Thank you, Theory. I am clearly one of those people who struggled with one of the dungeons. But will I go onto the Square Enix forum and be like, I need it to be easier? No, I'm not going to be doing that. I had still a lot of fun. It was a real challenge, but I had a lot of fun. Why don't we see what Jaka did via the echo? Because apparently, Wooly, our echo is just not working. That's the conclusion I've come to. Our echo is broken. I've been asking this question all night, Wooly. I've been asking this question all night. So either there's an in-lore reason why our echo isn't working, or the writers have gone, like, I don't know what's going on. Wuklamat uses charm like a weapon, getting the strong to do her bidding. Yeah, I actually dislike people like that, frankly. I really don't like people who are like that. I have a thing. Echo only works when the writers want it to. Yeah, for real. But they could have wanted to a couple times. It would make the story, like, more impactful and make the pacing a little bit better. Echoless. Grahaless? Where does it end? Honorless? Dying in a dungeon multiple times. So, I'm assuming that chat did that dungeon. How did chat enjoy it? We know Theory found it easy. Theory's probably, like, a really good gamer. Did everyone else find it super easy? Did anyone die their first time in that dungeon? Oh, there's a fate in here. Oh, let's leave. Let's leave. I love this terrain. This terrain is so cool. I always die at least once. Oh, so Epic is self-reporting here. Ran it with you. Second boss got me, so 1 death. Okay, 1 death for Ben. It's called a charm offensive. Got clipped. Yeah, but you're, like, playing from New Zealand, so you have an excuse. I do not. I died a couple times, but it was the very first week. No one knew mechanics yet, so it was expected. I was tanking. Wow, way to go, VLX. That's awesome. I mean, once again, I don't think people should be shaming people for dying. Absolutely not. And you should never feel, like, terrible because you died while tanking for the first time. Good gracious. But because I'm playing a few weeks later, if I run with real people, they tend to already know what to do, and it takes away some of the surprise and stuff. Plus, once again, I like seeing the mechanics myself, and I don't really mind dying. It's just when I feel like I died for a stupid reason. Like that third time that I died, I was genuinely upset at myself because I should have known better than to try a limit break at that point in time. We're not playing WoW here, people. We'll see you out for the smallest of slip-ups. That's what I've heard. I have not yet run a dungeon, a proper dungeon, with anybody in WoW. I look forward to that day, and then we're going to find out the dark side of humanity. Could you imagine me running around in WoW in a dungeon? People would want to kill me by the end of it, probably. Good, you're back. There's much I could explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate Sudden, Surge, and Ether, there were already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath and lend a hand where you can. Can I actually stop the MSQ with the music like this? What time is it? It's 1:30. Oh, man. This music is gonna drive me nuts if I just leave it here. Are you planning on hopping onto War Within? I'm kind of interested in trying. I hopped off WoW at Battle for Azeroth, so it's been years. I have never played WoW, but recently I did start playing Free Trial, which is totally horrific and terrible and lame, but I wanted to see like the opening scenes for different things, so I've been enjoying the Worgen stuff so far, just like the early stuff, but yeah. 20 levels. Yeah, it's insane, VLX. It's so stupid. They need to make it at least 50. Like Final Fantasy is stomping them. Okay, I feel like I can heal everyone. If you're ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, ask you alert me to them. Otherwise, I'll be tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we see into people's hurts. Okay. Let's go heal people. Do you need me to amputate? Everything was bathed in bright red. A searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. We're probably going to fight Valagramanda. So I'll be real here. I might have to play with real people. Oh, fuck me. It's going to be freaky bad. Rajay says fire aether pervades the entire village. What happened here? Many of the villagers sustained burns, but the fire found no purchase in these stone buildings. A small mercy. Oh, good point. Okay. I see some grass. Groan. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is igni, yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. Okay. Same thing. My wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness in my throat, it's as if all the moisture has left my body. Okay. I'll say doing healing. Jumping puzzle? That. You're super close to unlocking the next trial. Just think, in a few expansions, the free trial will likely go all the way to Endwalker. You can imagine getting to play the entire Highland story for free. Amazing. No, BLX. They increased the free trial up to Shadowbringers, so you can play all the way through Stormblood, right up to through the patches, I think, of Stormblood. Which I think is fairly insane. But there you go. It totally makes sense. When Jonathan is saying that they will one day make Shadowbringers and Endwalker free, I absolutely believe that will be the case. Yeah. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert then. Yeah. That as well. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? Well, fire ether did, apparently. Details are unclear. Once I healed the giant attacked by that mountain bird, the group's leader, Vorporlor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of ether and returned to find Vorlor's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Valagramanda had broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the Temple Guard and see what's become of the Sky Ruins prison. It goes to 4.55, Shadowbringer's doorstep. Yeah. It would be really nice, too, on the financial side, having to pay for it. Yes, absolutely, VLX. Yeah. Like, not all of us can afford it. Like, I know some people who would totally want to play the game, but they're like, oh, will I like it? They don't want to commit. Having a nice chunk of game to play and figure it out in is much better than having 20 levels. Honestly, World of Warcraft should feel ashamed of itself. We need to find out exactly what's going on. No shit, Uklamat. Yeah, things are looking pretty dire. They did say the prison was beginning to fail, but I felt certain it would hold for another few years at least. Was I mistaken? Oh, what if Bakul Jaja did something? Would be so him. High Luminary will have returned by now. Hopefully he found out more than we have. Whatever answers exists awaits us in the temple. And awaits you within. Yeah, there are limitations, but honestly, all things considered, better than WoW. Sorry, WoW people.
What happened?
Things are not what they used to be.
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Oh, maybe this is Koana. Oh my lord, we're getting an echo. Holy shit, write this down, folks. Oh my good giddy aunt. We're finally we're echoing.
Who enters this hollowed hall?
Well, I called this.
A claimant.
Yeah.
Oh. And here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
He probably had something to do with it.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Kulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And
I knew it.
Blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
Now, will they actually do it, or will it just be happenstance? Oh no, they're actually going for it. Okay. Here we go. The ass hat is going for it.
You mustn't.
I guess nobody...
But
okay.
I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
Well, this is par for course for Bakul Jaja, but if they then later on come around and be like, well, we did this for a specific reason, it's like, this is a tough one. Well, that was a thing. Oh, that one guy had a little shield. Very nice.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Bit off more than you can chew.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
He's a complete psychopath.
For the throne, of course.
What?
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
Okay, so I'm not going to look at chat here for a second. I'm going to think about this echo that we're seeing. Finally, we've seen an echo.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him.
So, what's the plan?
We kill Valley Garmanda. Let's saddle up, folks. Yeehaw!
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Vali Yarmanda.
Well,
This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance.
you're my only hope.
I understand
Obi-Wan
there's no
Kenobi, you're my
obligation to aid
only
me
hope.
outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
Yeah, we're good. I'll probably die like 10 times, but hey. Let's get in here. This is the kind of challenge I live for, even if I die too many times to be counted.
Drawn to the chaos. You're as bad as Papa. Don't worry. The Sky Ruin should prove a big enough challenge for all of us.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
Can we run this with Koana? That's the real question here. Can we have Koana in here? Koana.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Vali Garmanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
inform the Pelu of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
I have some thoughts, but let's first check out chat. WoW does a similar thing where your sub gets you all X-Packs up to the current one, but their free trial does still suck. Yeah, maybe I should just get a sub and do some of the old shit. Here's where the story starts getting really dumb. Not echoless. Yeah, the echo has returned. Finally. Finally. I wish it was close to MIDI scaling, to be honest. 3 flavors of yes. Lamat, I squish gods. Kwana uses shadow clones to fill all the other spots. Shadow clones. Now for the 10-minute breadcrumb trail. Okay, let's power through this 10-minute breadcrumb trail. I just feel like, okay, so we have Bakula Jaja who sets this free. But why? Right? He's been saying that he deserves to be running the show. But if you put out this withdrawal, there's no one to rule. So is he literally just a supremacist on crack who doesn't care if there's no one alive except for his own people? When I said I could take on the duties of guide, that did not include the tracking of an ancient and terrible withdrawal. Still, we can't leave Valagramanda free to ravage the land. 2 casters releasing spells of fire at the exact same moment. A feat impossible for any but a 2-headed Mamulja. That fiend Bakul Jaja, he's rotten through and through. There's nothing blessed about him. Should a claimant reckless enough to free the Skyrune become Dawn's servant? What would become of Tuliolal? Well, everyone would be dead, obviously. So we wouldn't have to worry about it at all. Svarenville, any ideas on how we can track Valagramanda? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option, not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it will let us ascertain the Skyrune's whereabouts far more quickly. Though a Tyrol Vidral of extraordinary nature, Valagramanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy, possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. From his pack, I presume. Oh, it's the pointing minion. A floating hand? Now's not the time to be playing with toys. It's the minion. This is no toy, it's an ether seeker. As the name suggests, cleaners use it to detect the ether of living beings. And you've had that in your pack this whole time? I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valagramanda, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valagramanda from its icy imprisonment, Bakul Jaja cast spells which quickened its fire aspected ether, and the residents here were uniformly afflicted by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that, upon breaking free, Valagramanda unleashed a great fiery blast. The choice is plain: fire. Seeker, however, is not without its faults. As we were not able to input our Corey's unique etheric signature in advance, the device will respond to any living source of fire-aspected ether. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus the potentially swift but easily misled Gleaner tool. I say, why not pursue both methods at the same time? Good idea. We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, Nico, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. That's fine. Yeah. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Skyrune sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yokui. Very few are seriously injured, but I'm wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valagarmanda. I should like to be close at hand should their condition suddenly worsen. Right, it sounds like we all have work to do. He says, why? For the throne. The entire stretch serves no narrative purpose. I have no idea how it survived playtesting. We'll see. Should be on our way as well. Maybe it's for pacing so that they don't go back to back. Yeah. Please specify desired ethereal aspect. Well, it's probably MMO padding. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, then set the seeker to detect fire aspect of ether. Right, the Seeker is ready to go. Warlar's echo is still suffused with Skyrune's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Okay. Affirmative tracking nearest source of fire aspected ether. Okay, so not only are we following something, but something's following us. Fancy. Fancy, very fancy. Clearly they're trying out something new here. They're like, can we do this new mechanic? Can we have people following people while other people are following people? The answer is apparently yes. Yes it is. Deep source of fire aspect ether located, tracking disengaged. Not quite the legendary creature we are after. Do you mind dealing with that fire spray? It will continue to confuse the Seeker if we leave it be. Okay. Wait a minute. I'm actually going to fight something? Oh, holy shit. Necessary measure, I'm afraid. Why are you afraid? It's just a fire spray. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Let's keep running. Let's keep running. Oh, the fire monster over here. Source of fire aspect, yep. Yeah, this, no. Frightening enough, but again, not what we're looking for. You would be so kind. Yes, we shall put this creature out of their misery. Oh, good morning, Johnny. I think I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to... Seeker, resume tracking, and do try to point out something useful this time. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Ah, yes, the eternal flames. Another remnant of Alagramanda's last rampage. The crater's flames registered to the Seeker's corporeal ether. In the words of the Tuliolal saga, when Valagramanda rages out of control, its fire burns forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Sky Rune's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as living ether. We can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. Well, here's the eternal flame coming into use. Very handy. There, now the Seeker should ignore any etheric signature but Valagramanda. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies, it seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. Oh, Aaronville learned something. Aaronville is ready to resume tracking Valagramanda. This time the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valagramanda's ether. Resume tracking based on the latest sample. Affirmative, resume tracking. Sample etheric signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. Oh, lordy. Okay. Accelerated pursuit mode. Actually, let's go up here. Let's see if I can clear out anything down here. Oh, look at this. Why didn't we come here first to calibrate it? Because Aaronville made a mistake. That's the in-lore reason, obviously. Aaronville has a lot to learn, apparently. I would have just made him smart and had him go straight there. I think it would have been fine. He doesn't need to do any real growing, honestly. Just, you know, make him super reliable. He's basically almost a MacGuffin at this point anyhow. Good, the Seeker was drawn directly to the Skyrim's fire. Now we know we've set the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Tural Vidral itself. He's a master gleaner. Yeah, exactly. If he had just come out and said, hey, we need to go down here, we need to pick up this little thing. Now, if this had happened earlier in the story, like during the opening quest chains, I would say obviously it's to mix things up and have more killing, right? But we've just come off of a dungeon. We don't need to kill anything. So yeah, that's a bit odd, but I'll be doing assessments later once I sleep on things and think about how I feel. But for now, I do think we don't need to kill things right now. Like we don't need to do killing because we've just come off of a dungeon. You know, we're all, you know, we've been taken for a run. We could just go straight to one of the beds, do the calibrating, and then go straight to whatever. But, oh, hello. What is this exactly? Yeah. Okay, so he's not going to be inside this exact passage. I feel like Ben said that there was like a ether current around here.
The trail ends here, it seems.
Yeah, they're giving us an in-lore reason why he didn't think.
Shifted its elemental aspect. It does have 3 to choose from, after all.
But
in any case, I'm almost certain the Vidral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor.
Ooh, I love this music.
We should let the others know we have a likely location.
I guess you could reason he simply didn't make the connection that fire was living flame, assuming it's a normal flame, but magic somehow. Yeah. That's basically what they were trying to say.
Alphino is assisting the
But
Yokoi with their evacuation.
I think he could have just
He thought
guessed.
he could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals,
Apparently not.
said to be the source of
Apparently
its
not,
colored
Rufus.
glow.
It's in a whole
80
other
years
place.
of imprisonment, the Vidral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
And this is largely unpopulated.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
What?
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, it is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating
We saw your performance in the dungeon. You died 6 times. Fools. Yep, we're fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them?
Oh my lord. Am I going to be able to run this with sexy Koana? Ohana Koana?
The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, there's 8 of us. There's 8 of us here.
7 weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Yeah, I'm running this with trust. If I can run it with...
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Has he, though? Probably. He probably wants to take a whack at Valigarmanda.
My sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
Wow. Wow.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome.
Interesting.
I would take the measure of his Tural withdrawal my father was unable to kill.
Very interesting.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
You shall not pass. Calm down there, bro.
No, we do not bear arms against our own people.
Only Bakul Jaja does that.
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
Oh, dear me.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
He gonna go through you like butter. I don't think I'm much better though. I'm a pretty face, okay?
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true.
Oh yeah, these are the exact same racists from before. Yeah, okay. Well, we're good now then. We're gonna get through. Life debt. Hashtag life debt.
Consider the debt repaid.
Okay, there we go. Easy peasy lemons.
Not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Uklamat. Uklamati.
Uklamat, protector of peace and soon to be Dawn servant.
Name it and claim it, sister. Amen.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Date bio.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
I kind of like Surreal Ja. Not gonna lie. He's growing on me. He's hilarious.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
See, all three of these people understand that if there are no people...
fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker to all becomes.
This is like common sense, but Cool Jaja is something else. He's like on a whole other psychotic level.
Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Love, hate. Marriage, divorce.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about, girl. Calm down. Calm your titties.
I don't care how strong the sky ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Are we, though? Because I think there might be an extreme. Probably going to come back somehow. Yeah, so I think they could have cut that down by having Erenville just know to go to the flame and then find Valley Garmonda. I think that would have been fine. Are bunny men Scottish in this game? Not entirely, but Erenville, yes. Also, 2 follow quests back-to-back earlier rather than a combat that led to a chase. Yeah, it's very fast. Some of the choices they made with gameplay is wild, and could have been a group we fought. They realized they were screwed and ran. You'd think we would just see the big ass bird burning the sky up. Apparently not. Apparently not. There's not enough people in this wasteland. It's in the more remote areas. It went to some sacred zone. No one could see it, apparently. And they did drop the info that it can be calibrated at all at that point too. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I think they could tweak some things there. Let's have an unnecessary conflict in the middle of a world-ending event. People will be people, VLX. You will, this is where I dislike how some people talk about things, I think. You see, for some people, characters in a story are their own people, separate from what the story requires. And that is how the story is organically driven by the characters. So just because there's a big world event going on doesn't mean that they will just drop all their differences and not have a spat. Because humanly speaking, you would think that, a whole bunch of humans in the face of dire straits will sort things out and be mature. But that is, alas, not the case most of the time. Humans are still going to be really stupid. I knew Koana wouldn't be one to rush off and leave others to deal with a creature like Valley Garmonda. Yeah. Urianger and Thancred smiled at each other, and then they were like, yeah, we know we'll be back. It's been some while since I last joined thee in battle. Indeed, so full hath been our days upon these shores, it doth seem a lifetime hath passed. Urianger, are you prepared to res me? Because I'm going to die a lot. What is on your mind, brother? Wait a minute, did he call me brother? What? No, he's talking about Zeralja. Never mind. We needn't speak. Oh, that's great. Emmett Selk energy right there. You and yours have journeyed to the edge of existence and back. I'm sure defeating this overgrown snakebird is well within your capabilities, yet I bid you be cautious all the same. Yeah, I'm gonna follow Urianger. I'm gonna stick to him and hope for the best. I won't hold you back, Kryle. Worry about me holding you back, okay? Valley Garmonda will demand our undivided attention. Let's hope Zeralja has nothing sinister planned. Yeah. Wuklaman, I'm glad that you feel positive about this. Okay, let's go in. NPC time. Let's see. I'm so happy. Oh, look at this. An innovator. What is that? This is gorgeous. I need to know, why is Alice healing? I'm starting to mold about this. No wonder there's a healer strike now. Look at this. It's literally right in the game now. Soon to be Hokage. Yeah. Johnny, motivations. Yeah, maybe you're referring to VLX. So the thing is a lot of people just see plot as being this step, this step, this step. And for me, anyway, I find that if you're focusing on building characters, which they're trying to do, albeit some aspects that are a little... generally, most people will not drop things just because there's world-ending crisis. You'd be surprised how petty people can be. And I kind of like that they keep their pettiness. If they were all like buddy-buddy in the face of Valor Gramanda, I would... That's actual fan fiction behavior. If you ever want to see people dropping petty squabbles because there's a bigger good, greater good out there and stuff, recommend you just read some fan fiction. They got a shitload of that bullshit. Holy... Oh. This is something else. I'm worried. Fuck me. Oh boy. Well, is Thancred going to tank main tank? Can I ask Thancred to be the main tank? Let's put my earphone. I'm gonna not talk for a bit because I'm gonna actually focus, okay?
You underestimate me!
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
That's hilarious. You can tell who are the experienced members of the Scions and who are not. It's great. I love it. I love the in-game flavor that they put with the NPCs when you're fighting with them.
Think you're tough, do you?
I have you now.
What are we doing? Okay, we're rising up.
Try this!
Oh wow, this extreme is probably a bitch. Oh lord. That looks like a tank buster. I don't know. Southeast? Okay. Southeast? Ooh, I think I heard Kawana's voice.
Out of my way.
Mitre.
Okay. Out of my way? Did he say out of my way? Okay. Oh. Oh.
You will suffer.
Hold still.
Ooh, look at Oriange go.
You're mine.
Try this!
Right on the mark. Right on the mark.
I've stood there? Nope.
Mitre.
Right on the mark. Right on the mark.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
Well struck.
Wait a minute. Should I? Oh no, here we go again. Oh, was that my delayed Bahamut, I wonder? Oops. My bad. Ouch. Oh boy. I'm not saying it's unrealistic for people to stop being petty in the face of disaster, but this interest we're introduced to it and then it's dropped almost immediately and things work out anyway. If Zoral Ja was allowed to take action, take that guy's life right then and there, and Wook would have had to confront about it after the fact. Yeah, but then wouldn't they have had to fight? I don't think she's ready to take Zoral Ja on. She'd just get creamed. This extreme trial is kind of a pain to learn. I can only imagine. I've never cleared an extreme. I did P1S like I did some of the savages, but obviously, yeah. Well, that was a rip. Once again, yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
This should do it!
I'll handle the healing.
I have you. Right on the mark. Right on the mark.
I'll handle the healing.
You will suffer!
The stars shall grant thee succor.
Oh boy. Bad time to push Ifrit.
Try this! I have you now.
Oh lord. I wish I understood the rhyme or reason for why they're choosing the positions that they're choosing. Are we trying to kill... Oh! Oh boy. Okay. We had to destroy the nails. That's why. Okay, noted.
Behold the heavens' brilliance!
Back off!
That's far enough. Oh, radiant starlight, become my blade!
Oh shit.
All that I have and more I bring to bear! Out of my way! Behold the heavens' brilliance!
Chat, do you think I should do it now? Or should I wait? Oh, okay, I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh, wait.
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
Yeah. Gonna run. Let's try Terra Flare here. Oh boy. That was close. Oh boy. That was so close. I think I'll have it this time. Well, that was expected more. Fought well, Amity, without hesitation. Well, that was grueling. 'Twas an ordeal indeed. I was curious to see Zeralja in action. Small wonder they called it Sky Ruin. We won? We won! It would have been an instance where Wook's method fails and be a character moment for both Zeral and Wook. They don't even have to fight afterwards, because Wook would know better than to pick fights. She can't win, and Zeralja would just stop short of killing her, showing he's not a total monster. The only problem with that, okay, let's first get into that before we get into that, you know what I mean? Let's get out of this music. Then we can wrap things up and kind of do a little breakdown. It's getting super late for me, so. Still no joy emote. I'm just tired.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
Wow. Yeah, that's a Naruto thing, running around the arena, blowing kisses at people.
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father.
He'll be back for the extremes.
The Vidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment.
I'm gonna have to watch so many
Faced it
videos.
in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
That's nice of her to say. You have a ways to go. Warrior of Light being so mean.
You're right about that. I need to improve if I want to surpass the old man.
Yeah. You got a lot of work ahead of you, Wook. Don't worry, so do I.
The Sky Ruin lies dead. And still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Ben picked the same. Okay, so let's tackle that one scene. I don't find it a trouble to have a bit of character moments where we can still see that people are arguing before going in to fight something together. It doesn't bother me at all. There are other things about the story that could be considered concerning. That scene is not one of them for me. If he went ahead and just killed that person, it would push Kuana and Wuklamat to fight them. If we're going to keep... If we want to keep Wuklamat in the direction that she's going in, she would not have backed down after that, I think. Because he had killed somebody. Like, you know... Zeralja... See, and for me, if Zeralja had killed somebody like that other guy, that to me would still put him in monster territory. So him not killing her would still, like, it doesn't do anything for him. Whereas this is just like posturing and people like still showing their positions before they go in. I don't see that as much of a problem as him killing somebody, and then if he is supposed to have some kind of redemption arc down the road, which is entirely a possibility, then him killing someone here who is innocent and is trying to do something for their heritage and their culture, particularly after Zerulja had already been very dismissive and for lack of a better term, like very, you know, proud and haughty, bordering on racism, really. I don't know. I don't think you could hand wave away that kind of action later down the road if you wanted to do a transformation, but maybe he won't. So he could have just gone full ape there and killed the guy, and Wuklamat would have tried to fight him, and then I would imagine Erenville and Kuana could have like pulled her back and talked her down or something. But if there's intended to be a redemption arc for Zeralja, then having him kill somebody in that moment would not have been good. So for me, if we were going to revise that scene, which once again, I don't particularly see it as needing revision, but if we were going to revise it, I would either not have it at all. I would just cut everything out and just have us go straight in. And it would be like, oh, here's Zeralja. He's going to join because he wants to fight and prove himself. Oh, and here's Kuana because he wants to protect his, sister. And then just go right in. I just think having Zeralja go further and start killing people would put him much more firmly into the amoral evil category. Whereas they chose a middle ground where all the characters could be assholes who are currently behaving like assholes without burning bridges. But if they're continuing to go down a complete evil villain arc, then yeah, having him kill someone there would be totally fine. And then just have Wuklamat having to be talked down by Kuana. Because I think Wuklamat at the stage is already talking about kicking Bakul Jaja on his ass. Now, of course, could be all hot air because she could be literally talking out of her butt, right? Like we've already ascertained that she's full of hot air, but she seems very certain that that's what she's going to do. So I don't know. Still giddy from a victory. Oh, well, have fun with that. Okay. Juana did well. Our promise has promised too, don't you think? Yes, he has. He's showing a lot more promise than ours. 'Tis fortune he vanquished that winged calamity. Or it could inflict greater suffering upon these lands. Yes. He will be back. Oops, I skipped other people. Crap. Your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt, not that I'm surprised in the least. Zeralja came back earlier, but left me almost immediately with Cerealja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. It's nothing unusual for Zeralja. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making most of the mayhem he caused. Still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valagramanda, it wasn't only Irka Pacha at risk. There would have been deaths across the entire continent. Yeah. More than certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. Yeah, here she goes again. She would totally pick a fight. The matter of outdoing her father aside, this was the best outcome we could have hoped for. Never again will our people need fear the looming shadow of the Skyroom. Yeah, we've dealt with that problem for now. Spending time alone with Cerealja was akin to torture. Despite my obvious disinterest, he spewed a constant stream of mean-spirited bile. Honestly, I might have preferred facing fire and ruin with you on the battlefield. Oh my gosh. Erinville. PTSD. I'll make Bakul Jaja. Look at her. She's still fomenting over there. I pull my own weight in battle now. Yeah, you didn't die. Witnessing Zeralja in battle, I understand why he's widely considered to be Tuliyolal's greatest warrior. I find it very fascinating that when you fought him, he followed more of the mechanics than Kryl, Alisay, and Urianger did. Him and Kuwana were more reliable. Witnessing, yeah. Tis fortunate we vanquished that winged calamity ere it could inflict greater suffering upon these lands. Oh, you've already beat the MSQ VLX? Yes, I agree, Rufus. They should have just had Erinville be the bomb, right? He's already the bomb. He's already, like, bun-splaining everything to people, right, Rufus? Like, I told, if he had come out and said, hey, I've been having some thoughts here that maybe the living flame isn't quite what it seems to be. We should go check it out and see if my Aether pointer can find. Like, if they had gone that route, it would have totally been fine. We would have all been on board. We've been like, yeah, just another thing for Erinville to be, bomb ass, right? We could have totally cut down that breadcrumb trail. Absolutely. I could foresee them in the future going back and tightening up more of the MSQ, and they could take out some of that MMO fluff for sure. Okay, thanks so much, Felix. I appreciate you not spoiling. Yeah, so it depends on where they're trying to take the resilient one. Like, if they're trying to take the miracle child into villainhood, then he would totally kill that creature. Absolutely. But if they want to, oh my gosh, what if they fridge the resilient son for Wuklamat and Kuwana? Oh my lord. He could like turn good at the last moment and jump in the way. That would be really weird. That would be weird. They'd have to explain that one. Okay, let's keep going. Ben, do you mind being my MS curator and telling me when to stop? It's almost 3 in the morning. I should probably be really quiet. I don't want people. I live in an apartment building. I don't live in my own house. Should I stop here? Okay, I'll just accept this. Yokui must be anxious, wondering where and when Valagramanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alpha knows as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. Okay, so we can go back to... We could go back to that area, right? This is a post-trials, a good stopping place? Sweet. Thanks, guys. VLX, yeah, decent place to stop. Probably a good time to go to sleep. Thank you, Wooly. Wooly is always trying to put me to bed. There's a convo and a cutscene before getting the keystone. That would be best if you're tired. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to head over to here. And I'll just chillax. tomorrow I'm going to be chilling with my sister. Next week, my parents are coming into town, so I won't be able to stream as early on Wednesday, so it might be a bit later in the evening. Yeah. Well, Ben, I could probably go for like another hour or two, but to be honest, it's almost 3 a.m. in the morning, and I have 3 roommates in my apartment that I probably should be quiet for. Discord chats be up. But anyway, so next Wednesday I shall be continuing, and we're going to continue breaking this down. I have so many thoughts swirling in my head. I had a lot of thoughts. There's been some ups. There's been an increase in pace, I will say. That's been really nice. But there has been some questions and some concerns, some growing concerns. So hopefully we will be able to play next week after I have dinner with my parents. I'm not sure how late we will hang out. I don't see them a lot in person because they live far away, but yeah. I'm going to make the time to hang out with them, and then if I have time in the evening afterwards, I will come and do more MSQ because I really do want to know more. But if I'm going to be real with everyone, I want to find out what happens with Koana, number 1. Number 2, I want to find out what happens if Grahatia shows up at all at any point in time. And number 3, I want to find Solution 9. I'm dying to find out. Things will make more sense as you go on. I can't wait, VLX. I feel like this has been a real slow burn, and that's what excites me. Because I feel like there's just so many theories at this point. Like, everything could be totally wrong. They could go many, many ways with all of the threads they set up. So I'm very excited to see that happen. When we get in chat next time, I'll see how much time you have for next MSQ stream. I'll try to think of a good point. Oh, Ben, thanks. Catboy priorities. Yes. Chat who knows, for sure. I loved streaming today. I'm so thankful for everyone chiming in and giving their thoughts and their perspectives. Honestly, I like people pushing out perspectives, even if I don't agree with them. I find it so interesting to kind of like question what I'm seeing and kind of think about why I'm seeing what I'm seeing and what server am I on. I am on Dynamis. Which is a North American data center. I'm on Kraken. Yeah, I'm on Kraken. We have a free company. I have my own house now, which is very, very nice. I will probably, like I said, I will probably do my best to get on on Wednesday. Maybe even I will go earlier. But what if I said The Last Jedi Luke was good? No, I'd slap you, Ben. I'd kick you from chat. Yeah, VLX. You read him to filth. No, Ben is joking. He hates Last Jedi Luke. We all hate Last Jedi Luke, for real. Like, that's a no. My name is no. My sign is no. My number is no. Last Jedi Luke can go toss himself off a cliff. Like his lightsaber. Don't even get me started. But anyway. Where's my... I guess this was my only... Anyway. We'll keep my summoner the way it is. Last Jedi Luke is so developed. Oh my lord. Are you pulling my leg, Johnny? I hope that's sarcasm. In the wrong direction. Oh, thank God. I was so worried for a second. Oh. He sure developed a taste for alien titty milk. Oh my gosh. Oh, don't get me depressed. One of my favorite IPs just went up in smoke that year. Oh man. Gosh darn. I was such a Star Wars fan too. I did buy Knights of the Old Republic #1. So after Dawntrail, I might play that, or I might play Nier, or I might play Mass Effect. I'm not quite sure what direction I'll take after Dawntrail, but we will still stream games. Oh, was it depressing for you too, VLX? Yeah, it was horrific for me. I was super into the books, so what they did to Luke for me was like, it was just, I left the theater so angry. Like, I left it so angry. I was ready to, like, yeah, go to war for Luke. And he just ended up being a complete. It's a taste of home. And it was the only good thing to come out of Disney Star Wars and Mando Season 1, Jonathan says. I liked Rogue One, actually. Unabashedly, I enjoyed Rogue One. I think I saw it twice. I thought Rogue One was really solid for a film. Is it everyone's cup of tea? Maybe not. But it stands together. It's coherent. The characters are, you know, not necessarily likable, but they are very human and realized. I liked how they depicted the rebel forces. I don't know if you recall this, but in The Last Jedi, the resistance, the new resistance, it's not really the old resistance anymore, is it? But the new resistance is basically run like a cult, where if you try to leave, even though you never volunteered to be there, if you try to leave, someone will be waiting in the docking bay to taser you, because, like, Lord forbid you ever leave. So there's this sense, I felt like the resistance in Last Jedi was almost like a cult verging on like a militaristic state, and it didn't feel like a resistance. It didn't feel like a rebellion. It felt just like a horribly run organization by two women who were on power trips and had no idea what they were doing. But in Rogue One, Rebel Dawn, with the early version of Mon Mothma and everyone else there, like, they tried to recreate Mon Mothma. They tried to recreate that sense of organic relationships that was part of the original rebellion, and they had them all grouped around the table. I don't know if anyone picked up on that, but in the original Star Wars, whenever you had a scene where the rebellion was making decisions, it felt very democratic because everybody was standing around a circular table, and the less important people were out in the shadows, but it was the sense of like coziness and relatedness. And I felt that Rogue One did a really good job of showing how truly approachable parts of that organization were, how loosely knit it was, but how together it was. It's like watching your hometown hero get humiliated by some asshole that hates everyone in town. Yeah. You liked Andor more than Rogue One. Andor certainly makes me appreciate Rogue One a little more. Andor is the prequel to Rogue One. Yeah, I really want to watch Andor. I need to sit down and watch it. It just takes me a lot of time to sit down and watch something. Rogue One was made by the same people that did Andor, so consider it part of that group. Yeah, I'm sure I will love Andor because for those of you who are new in chat, when it came to Star Wars, my favorite books to read were the X-Wing series, and I loved Wraith Squadron trilogy specifically, and Starfighters of Adamar, and Rebel Dawn, and Rebel... what was it called? Rebel Dawn and Rebel something else. It was later on post Yuz Hanvong, I think. But anyway, I liked everything with Wedge Antilles, Tycho Kelshu, Derek Hobby Clivian, Wes Jansen, Face Lauren, Tyria Sarkin, Tyria Sarkin, Kel Doran, I think, Laura Natzel, Corin Horn, what was that other one? She was a Twi'lek who ended up dating Face Lauren. Oh, and then there was Garrick. Was he a Skywalker or was he? No, he was Darklighter. No, Gavin Darklighter, and he ended up marrying a Bothan, I believe. Yeah, and by contrast, the Empire is very top-down. Yeah, isn't that interesting, VLX, that in the new Star Wars, the Resistance behaves like the Empire? And it's run by 2 females, one of whom is purple-haired. It's very fascinating. Self-reporting, clearly. But anyway, I could talk about Star Wars all the day. If at some point I get to play Knights of the Old Republic, Wooly will have to brace himself for long tangents. Chat will have to brace themselves for long tangents, because then I'll probably start picking up rereading Star Wars all over again, because I've read so many of the expanded universe. Did you like the Acolyte show? I've only seen clips, Jungle Warfare, and what I saw of it, I did not like. The new Resistance is influenced by communism? Probably, Johnny, probably. Which includes a central authority, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was just wild. Like, as I don't have any beef against having a Vietnamese actress, in Star Wars. I was looking forward to Rose Tico because she reminded me of one of my Chinese friends. Like, physically speaking, I thought it was adorable and cute. But when she had that taser and she was tasing people from trying to leave the ship, I was like, what in the world is going on here? Acolyte is not a good show. Jungle, do you like Acolyte? Rose Taco. Cult-like denial of any other way. Yeah, it was wild. And then the whole Leia flying through space? What was that? Oh my lord. It was a mess. It was just a big mess. And I think in this day and age, there is this obsession with making everything real. And so this means like making characters psychologically real by like having them be depressed. And to me, I feel like that is one of the worst ways to teach people how to be better people. The way you teach people to be better people is by giving them good models to follow. And Luke was always a model of hope and belief in people, but not in a stupid kind of way. He actually learned to grow up. Mara Jade played a massive role in him learning to come to grips with reality. And so I'm okay with Luke being depressed, but I'm not okay with Luke giving up hope on people. And it's okay with Luke being a grieving man, grieving the loss of his wife. I'm fine with that. But having him throw his father's lightsaber over his shoulder is just... I felt like someone slapped me in the face. It was 4 out of 10 for you, Jungle? Wow, you actually tried it out? I'm afraid to try it out. From what I understand, it will probably just make me mauled even more. How did they open the door to let Leia in from space? Probably the same way they thought they could open up doors for ships to come in from space. But the problem is that a lot of writers might not have taken the time to understand that there were special mechanisms around the docking bays that would pop when the ships would pass through. So basically, there was a special force field that allowed the docking bays to open into space, but any random door would not be able to achieve that same kind of force field. But once again, if you're not seriously into Star Wars, this is... Let's all be real here. The prequels weren't much better with... I think at one point someone told someone else to get into the elevator, and I was like screaming at the TV because it's not an elevator. It's a turbo fucking lift. Turbo fucking lift. Like, get this right. It's a running conclusion I have about this new wave of Western media, but I need to put more thought into it. The rejection of humanity and beauty. Yeah, if you listen to Roger Scruton, I believe he had a chat with Christina Hoff Sommers about that. There's this, I call it hypermodernism. You can hear me talking about it. It's basically this belief that things aren't meaningful unless people are bad. And I think you can always find meaning with what we call the tragic hero's tale, or the anti-hero's tale. There's lessons to be learned from that, but we don't have to have it in everything. Leave some people alone. Just leave it alone. I would say watch it with a friend and not be too serious if possible. Treat it like any of the scary movies. I can't, Jungle. Number one, I was a serious Star Wars fan. Like I said, I read all of the expanded universe books. I have certain expectations for lore and etc. etc. And number two, I'm a writer. Number three, I graduated with a degree in literature. So this means that, how can I say this? My brain never turns off. And if something starts annoying me more and more, the cracks will show. It's not very easy for me to turn my brain off and not be critical if it gets increasingly worse. So if I'm watching something that's a 4 out of 10, I'm not going to enjoy myself. I will start taking it seriously. I will be offended. Just because, like, it's like, pretend you fell down on the ground, right? And you got a scrape on your knee. And then most people could maybe ignore it and just keep walking. But for me, it would be like, I wouldn't be able to stop ignoring it, and I would just end up, like, injuring myself over and over again on that same knee. It's like a nagging pain. So if I watched it, I would be watching it, I think, halfway through the first episode. I imagine I would get hypercritical, and it would not be fun for anyone to sit through that with me, unless they agree with me. Yeah. Prequels had their own issues, but boy, do Disney make me appreciate them so much more. LOL. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can say that Disney Star Wars failed us to a large degree, so this prequels look better, but that doesn't mean that they are better. Sometimes, like, people, yeah, I won't go down that road, but yeah. Star Wars is the original 3 movies and expanded universe novels. Agree, Wooly. You and I are clasping hands like the muscled men. Yes, I will have to watch it for myself maybe one day critically and think about it. There have been times, Jungle, where I've realized that people don't know what they're talking about and they're wrong. That's for sure. That's for sure. Just because a majority of people think something is wrong or bad doesn't mean that it actually is. It is very possible for a huge group of people to be wrong, for sure. Absolutely. However, the clips that I did see of The Acolyte left me not feeling great. Let's just say that. It didn't do anything for me. I'm also like, I don't know, like, once again, I don't like over focus on Force stuff. I actually like the normal people who are not Jedi and who are just making their way in the galaxy like normal folk. So I like Jedi, don't get me wrong, but it's not my favorite thing about Star Wars. So there's that. And yeah, I could go in there and I could dislike it for a whole other reason that other people haven't even thought about. Like Rings of Power, for example. A lot of people were shitting on Rings of Power for very obvious reasons. But when I went in and watched it for myself, I came away with my own conclusions about certain things. And I felt like very few other commentators were talking about what I was talking about. So I'm positive that all these Star Wars shows operate on nepotism. They aren't hiring talented writers at all. No, absolutely not. There's a writers guild. It's a pool of people that they're pulling from. They all know the same people. They all probably graduated from very similar schools. They all have the same political beliefs. and they are all smelling each other's farts. As a result of the acolyte, the Jedi High Council noted specifically are either competent, malicious, or complete spasmoids. You never know. People are just writing their own fanfiction, getting Disney to pay for it. You know what's scary, Jonathan? A lot of people are talking about fanfiction. Some fanfiction is horrible, right? It's so bad, it makes Acolyte look good. But I've probably read better fanfiction. Disney as a company needs to be broken up, probably. I liked it more when the Force was more mysterious and very exclusive. The interpretation of being religion slogan just sucks, IMO. I think the big issue came out of the hyper-modernization in episode 1 when Liam Neeson knelt down and in his deep, gravelly, and beautifully smooth voice started talking about midi-chlorians. I think that's where things went off the rail. He is always right. Yeah. The new Star Wars actually feels like it's fanfiction, yeah. But not even super well-written fanfiction. It's like B-tier fanfiction. Not complete. Like I've read some really shitty fanfiction. I thought the first season of Rings of Power was just boring, but I watched the trailer for season 2 and I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I mean, once again, I will be there for Rings of Power. Oh, trust me. Trust me. Yeah, midi-chlorians was also really weird too. Yeah, that's the thing. You start trying to explain away certain things. Like, once again, the modernist mindset's like, oh, we gotta break this down into lore. We gotta make it make sense. And it's like, do we? Do we though? Why do we? So, but I've heard Andor is good. Do recommend it. I need a movie to watch right now. So, Jungle, I have heard Andor is one of the best that came out of Disney. I have also heard from a friend that it is more brainy. It's a TV series and it's a bit more brainy, so you do have to sit down and be willing to like figure things out, I guess. I had one friend who said that. I'm not sure. Sonic can vanish by putting on a wig. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, VLX, I think Ben, I think there were other people in here who are highly recommending Andor. I'm going to watch Andor at some point. If I like Rogue One, I should like Andor even better. Except that Andor is probably not going to get Sheridan way, so that's sad. It's about ground level Empire stuff. Yeah, it's about spies and it would be very similar to like Wraith Squadron, for example. Which is literally about commandos. I love Wraith Squadron so much. I think I read Wraith Squadron at least 6 times. I really like that novel. The first time I read that novel, I cried during the second novel. A character dies in the second novel, and I was so upset. I actually like set down the book and cried. Supposed to get a season 2, but I don't know if it's out yet or if it'll ever finish being produced. Yeah, it's sometimes really hard these days to know what will happen, which is a shame because good stuff should automatically get renewed. Bad stuff should be booted. Would be good world building if the universe wasn't dead. Yeah. I'll have to watch Andor season 1 and then just mold until season 2 comes out if there's a season 2. Yeah. I'm waiting for Sandman season 2. I'm waiting for that. That's what I'm waiting for. I never watched shows more than once. I watched Andor twice. Whoa, Jonathan. That's high praise. So clearly there's some replay value there. That's fantastic. If you need something to watch, Batwoman, then stop trolling people in chat. Stop it. Oh, stop it. TW Bat. Yes, he's joking, VLX. He's joking. Ben loves trolling. Ben loves trolling me. He knows. Ben saying, please. Please what? Please what, Ben? I'm not watching Batwoman. I don't know if you could call me like hyper straight or something, but I like watching stuff with hot guys in it. And watching an incompetent, weird female behaving worse than usual is not my idea of fun time. Okay, Ben, you can be a sadist over there. I will hard pass. As a woman, you'll feel empowered watching Batwoman. Trust us. Oh, Felix. Oh, no. I just feel embarrassed. Let's all be real here. I mean, there are superheroes that I'm sure that, like Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze. Yeah. But, I mean, I saw some clips from people reacting, and I'm just like, oh gosh, why? And I'm actually open to having, like, you know, strong woman running around doing stuff. I'm not averse to that, obviously not, but she was so cringy. Why would I say yes to Batwoman when I could just watch, like, Batman Begins and see Christian Bale? Every time they pull up, you know what? Okay, here's my take. If you were to give me a choice between watching Ben Affleck's Batman or Batwoman, I would watch Ben Affleck's Batman over Batwoman. That's how much I'm not into her. Watch the trailer on stream. Do it. No. Every time they pull a Batwoman in any media, you have to turn to all the women in your life and ask, do you feel empowered yet? Yeah. You know who I like? I like Catwoman. Catwoman is where it's at. Lies, you'd pick Raha. Yeah, of course I'd pick Raha, but I actually do like physically speaking, I find Ben Affleck attractive. Christian Bale is attractive. Liam Neeson's attractive. So Batman wins by default because it has both Liam Neeson and Christian Bale in it. And it has what's his face? The super old guy. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot his name. Michael whatever? The butler? Alfred? Although Ben Affleck's Batman has Jeremy Irons, who I also love. Jeremy Irons did the voice of Scar in Lion King. He's an old man, but very, very fine, like wine. Michael Caine, yeah, there you go. I knew I got the first name right. Michael Caine, yeah. Michael Caine's Ebenezer Scrooge in The Muppets Christmas Carol was hilarious. Anyway, now I'm just wasting time. It's past 3 in the morning. It's past 3, chat. I really gotta go. But I loved hanging with everyone. Yeah, he sang Be Prepared, and it was amazing. He has an amazing voice. And do you know what's even more amazing? His marriage. He's been with the same lady, a very, very solid man. But anyway, well, let's wave goodbye to chat. So goodbye, chat, and I will see everyone. Be prepared, yes. I will see everyone next week as Nico, but if you come by on stream on Sunday, we're probably going to do some more reacts about writing and reading. And we are also going to be potentially looking at a few other videos that people put in Discord. So I'll see everyone next time. Take care, everyone. Thanks for coming. See you next week.